All right, everyone, we're live again here. I'm just getting this ready, getting everything started up, so give me just a second. As always, we kind of have to do it this way. There we go. Hey, buddy. I hear you. There we go. Alrighty, and... Okay. Perfect. Okay. I'm set up to go here, and we've got our iPad getting ready, getting charged up, you know. That's my, Minnesota or Wisconsin accent. That's a big bratwurst there. Hey there, Becca. Never talk about big bratwurst. My lights like to turn off when I say that. But they'll turn on in 1, 2, 3. There it is. I am doing good, Becca. How are you doing? All right. Yeah, I had a good weekend. I watched a Nicolas Cage movie. Those usually don't disappoint. And it was good. It was really good. Played a lot of games too. I'm all about the games. Hey, Anju, I'm doing good. How are you doing? So, Becca, did you have a question? Awesome, Becca. What's your question? And Anju, you would be after Becca if you want to be put on the list. I've already got your name written down, so you would be after Becca. Okay, why is Mark... okay, why are they being distant? Okay, why is the Leo being a little distant? Let's look at that. Why is the Leo being a little distant? Let's do 2 more shuffles here. You're welcome, Anju. Okay. So I get this card here, and give me 1 second. I actually have to do this really quick. Does it say that you guys have to be subscribed to for 15 minutes before you type? Just making sure that's working. Okay, I was just pinning a message there. Okay, so Becca, I get this one right here. This is the 9 of Swords. And if you look at this person, the 9 of Swords is a card that speaks about anxiety or speaks about kind of inner conflict. So there could be something mentally going on with this person, and maybe they're not much of a talker when it comes about themselves being more vulnerable. And so maybe that's why they are... Okay. That might be the case. I think we're good though, because if I'm on my... I can actually do this here. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. I just looked at something else and it was there, so. All right. So like I said, it just could be they're being distant because maybe they don't know how to open up or they don't know how to talk about things. Generally speaking, in my opinion, it's a good rule of thumb to kind of ask what's going on And then from there, you can kind of learn a little bit more about their character. I understand that we want to care and we want to help a person, but if the person wants to be helped, that's going to be another story, right? And so if they're being a little bit distant, it could be because they're just in their head or they're focusing on something that needs to be done. And so there could just be a lot of anxiety or stress that this person is going through. And like I said, maybe they just don't know how to talk about it or release that. So gentle nudges can help, but ultimately, if they're being distant and they don't want to talk about it, it's up to you where to go from that point. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing there, Becca. Hopefully that helps. Hey there, Jeannie. How's it going? You're welcome, Becca. Do you have a question, JK? Because if you're a member, you get priority. All right, Anju, we will get to your question. Oh. Okay, JK, let's look at that. If you have a question around that, we can look at that if you want. And then Anju, you'll be next. JK is she's a member, and so she gets priority. But then you're next, Anju. Unless someone comes in and pays. I'm sorry, JK, that you... That's never easy. Okay, let's do that for you. Let's do a little bit more of a reading here, just because this is an animal friend, so... Let's do 6 cards, and just see what we can go on to, okay? Hey there, T. Dimmick, how you doing, my friend? And again, JK, I'm very sorry. That is never easy. All right, let's take a look at the little doodle and see what's going on. What is in the cards for JK's dog? I understand, JK. Penny's her name? Okay. What's in the cards for Penny, the Wonder Pup? You know what? I'll actually do this instead. It's going to be very small, apparently. Well, these are a big deal. These are readings that, you know. All right. Okay, let's see what we can get for her. Okay. What's in the cards for Penny? Okay. You're very welcome, Jeannie. Very welcome. What are in the cards for Penny? One more shuffle with these ones. Okay. Is there, so I'm going to say a couple things, JK, and you can tell me if it's right or if it's wrong. When I was tuning into the energy, there was a feeling of, like fluid, right? That's kind of what I was feeling. Is there fluid in the body? Something going on with that? Maybe in the lungs or the kidneys? And are they 17 or 14 or 9? Those were the ages that were coming through. Maybe I'm off on all of those, but there was like a something. And will she meet your dog before her? Oh, I have a feeling. I think so. But let's look. Let's look at Penny's stuff here. Awesome, Naomi. Perfect. Thank you for liking. I appreciate that. I'll put you on the list here. You'll be after Anju. Right now I'm doing a reading for Jeannie, and then unless someone comes in and pays, it'll be Anju, and then it will be your turn. She looks like a potbelly pig from fluid. Okay, so the fluid is a factor, because that's what I was seeing there. Oh, man. How old is Penny, Jeannie? I'm on it, okay. $13, okay. I think I said 17, 13, or did I say 17 or 14? I think I said 14. She felt older when I was tuning into the energy. Does she have arthritis as well? Do you know? I said 14, okay. I couldn't remember for sure. I'm still working with ages, because that comes through as very specific information. The fluid can be conveyed in a few ways, but the number can only be conveyed in one way, as far as I know, you know. That's not true, but yeah. She looks at it and yes, okay. Okay, so here's what I've got for you, Jeannie. And as I'm saying this, I can... Hey there, Trixie. How you doing, honey? I can feel like a sadness sort of building up here, and my body feels shaky. It feels kind of like, you know, it's not something you want to do, but it's something that needs to be done. And you don't want to be selfish, but at the same time, there's joy, there's love. And I want you to know this. In a different form, that love is still there. That's the one thing we can carry with us. We can carry love and we can carry experiences with us to the other side. And so that love and that kindness of letting them go is going to be ultimately the best thing you can do if they're really having a difficult time. And I know that sounds hard, you know, but if you can be there for them in those moments, and yes, there will be sadness, but there's also a life that's lived, and you showing love and compassion and care, that's all they want. And I feel like Penny got that. That being said, it is going to be difficult, right? I hate to have to do this again. I keep telling her it's okay. That's the thing, right? When apparently my light keeps turning out off and on every 15 minutes or so. But anxiety comes up here, and then Page of Swords in reverse. You're trying to look for a way to save yourself from the pain. Not in a selfish way, but in a way where you get to be happy, and she does too, but in a way where you don't have to give something up in that. You know, her physical form. Then I get this. I get the Temple Path in reverse. And I get the Two of Swords in reverse, and I'll say what those mean. Then I get this. Second Chakra, Archangel Ariel. And Queen of Wands in reverse. Okay. And we'll do this here. So, the Temple Path in reverse and the Two of Swords. Right here in reverse, it's that feeling of like trying to come up with a solution, trying to come up with something, but in the end, ultimately deciding on a peaceful path, even though there's this tendency of, you know, I feel like part of you's thinking maybe she can get better, maybe things can work out. I'm sure you've already had her checked up. It feels to me like yeah, 13 years is a long time, regardless. Trixie, no. There's nothing up. I hid the feathers. Trixie, honey. You're cute, but no. Careful there. Hate that when they jump really from behind you. Second Chakra, Archangel Ariel, and Queen of Wands. Both of these are in reverse. Genie, and so it's going to hurt to do this, but it feels to me like you have a promise with Penny. It feels to me like you have what it takes to do this, but at the same time it's difficult. But there's a promise here of not wanting to have her in pain, any of our fur babies to be in pain, and sometimes, like I said, the physical body gives out. The spirit does not. And the energy that I'm feeling from this connection, there's a lot of sadness, there's a lot of sorrow, but there's a lot of love. And that's generally how it goes. When we experience love, we have to understand that no matter who it's with, pet, human, family, whatever it happens to be, we're exchanging something. We're exchanging time. We're exchanging care. And sometimes that connection ends, and that's okay. Everything is borrowed anyway, and so it just goes back to source. And the only thing that's hard is that you have to deal with the aftermath, not them, right? So that's what I'm seeing here. And I'm sorry that's going on. Does that make sense, Jeannie? I hate this part of life because I've been here before twice. Jeannie, maybe you won't like what I have to say here, but hear me out on this, because what you're doing is kind of an important job. You say you've been here before twice, and maybe in your life you might be here a few more times. And I'm not saying that to scare you or make you upset, but it could be that animals trust you when they're getting ready to transition. And that is a very sacred thing. That's a very powerful thing. Is it easy? No. But there's a sense here that you help them pass on, you help them transition in some way, shape, or form. And if they got to experience love, which I'm sure they did, then that's a huge thing that you've done for them. That's all these little fur babies want, these little souls. They just want to have this experience. They just want to know a connection, and they want to know what love feels like. They want to know what that connection is. And I feel like that's kind of your role in there. And it's hard, but at the same time, it's kind of like it's a necessary part of having animals. You know, you help them cross over, and you just want to be there as much as you can for them when they're around. And each time this happens, it's somber, it's sad, and there's a lot of sorrow. But it also reminds us that nothing is permanent. And each time a death like this happens, we get to spend even more time with them. We get to be even more in the moment, and we get to understand what these creatures mean to us. So that's kind of where I'm coming from with that. Does that make sense, Jeannie? They do. A cat showed up almost a year ago and I kept her. I've adopted numerous fur babies and feathered friends. She's eating steak from here on out. Well, you know, maybe maybe not so much steak. Feed your cat. I mean, steak's not a bad choice, right? I know you're just kidding around, but yeah, it just makes you have that connection even more. Every time I've lost an animal, there's sadness. Oh, wait, what? No, I'm so confused. Oh, she's eating steak. Okay. All right. Thought you meant your cat. My misunderstanding. Yeah, give her a proper send-off. A Vikings send-off. Oh, again, Jeannie, I'm sorry. Yeah, boy, what was that? Something fell. Hold on one second. Awesome, Jeannie. Awesome. So hopefully that helped. I'm going to move on to these other readings here. Anju, are you still there? She was Kelly's 7th birthday gift. Oh. Yeah, when they live to be that long, they're going to have a lot of connections. Oh, that's tough. Is it a... Just so I can understand it, I keep seeing like a white poodle or like a white mutt mix, but it's like... What kind of dog is it? Because I'm getting curly hair and it's white, but maybe that's just my symbol for a dog and not necessarily your dog. And you are very welcome. Okay. Anju, are you there? Or, Naomi. Or Noemi. I don't know how to say your name, but are you there? Okay, Anju is here. Okay. What's your question, Anju? And you're here too. Okay, so Anju, ask your question, and then Naomi, if you want to ask your question. She's a mix, white from old age. Okay. Okay. You're welcome, Jeannie. All right, what's coming towards Anju? And then Naomi, if you want to post your question, I can just go from theirs to yours, so we can do it that way. What is coming towards Anju? Hey Ritu, how you doing? What is coming towards Anju? Let's do one more shuffle here. Okay. So Anju, I get the 7 of coins in reverse. So if I look at this card, it could be that it could be either physical or financial health, maybe something that we need to work on. But it feels to me like there could be something going on with money, or maybe we need to work on how we balance the checkbook or what we're doing necessarily. So coming towards you, it feels like we're going to be focusing more on a balancing, possibly balancing the books, focusing on attracting more money, more wealth, maybe even looking at investment opportunities, which, by the way, choose wisely if that's the case. But it's not a bad card. It's just a card that's going to be talking about like be careful where we spend, or be careful on how much we spend on things, is kind of what I'm getting there, which isn't the most exciting thing to get, but I guess that's what Spirit wants you to know at this point in time. Okay. Are you wanting to be added on the list, Ritu? And have a good one, Jeannie. Wishing you all the best. Unless, are you staying here? I always think people are saying goodbye, so if you're staying here, then stay with me. But okay. What are Ellis's future actions towards Naomi? You're welcome, Anju. Thank you for being patient and stopping by, my friend. Alright, what are Ellis's future actions towards you? Let's see. One more shuffle. Okay. So I get this card here. This is Judgment. And so Ellis's future actions towards you, I feel like you're going to be something that it feels positive. The Judgment card isn't in reverse, and so I'm going to say maybe they could take more of a subtle approach with interacting with you. It might not be a big reach out connection, but this is a major arcana, and this is one of the bigger major arcanas right here. So I would say there's going to be energy or movement towards this connection. Always give it time, let it be an organic thing, but it looks like there's going to be some movement here. So I'm going to say future actions towards you, maybe more communication, more talking, possibly. It feels like just that kind of connection at this point in time. It feels like it's going to be maybe opening up a little bit more, possibly. I get a sense of closed offness too, and so I'm trying to figure out the energy here. Because it feels like I'm dealing with an energy that is, yes, lights, of course. There could be some immaturities here, but then I'm also seeing something that's stable. So maybe in some ways this person could be immature, but in other ways maybe financially or maybe in a health way. I'm not sure, but it feels like there's stability in some areas, but this person has room to grow. But it's up to them to see their own potential in that connection. So we'll kind of have to wait and see. But that's what I've got for you, Noemi. Hopefully that helps. And is there anyone else? Just wanting to do a question here. You're welcome. You're welcome, Noemi. Hey, beloved light, how are you doing? I can, Noemi, if you want to. If you want to do another question, I do charge for those. And thank you, beloved light, for liking and subscribing. You'd like to know what your kitties think of you? If you would want to do another question, like I said, I do charge for those. But yeah, Carla, do you manifest? Yes. I can talk about that. And beloved light, I can write your name down here. Let's actually talk about that a little bit and go from there, because manifestation is something that is really interesting, and I can tell you guys kind of some tips and tricks. Tips and tricks, right? Give me 1 second here, and we'll be back and we'll talk about some manifestation stuff, so hold on. All right. Okay, Noemi, let's do that for you and see what we can come up with. And thank you again for the donation. Let me do this here. Okay, and then, like I said, Carla, after we do Noemi's reading, we can talk about some manifestation stuff here. Is anyone interested in manifestation besides Carla? Okay, and June Flower we have right there, so I can put your name down here, June Flower. Okay, you'll be next after Noemi. And Simple Thing, I can put your name down as well. So right now it'll be Noemi, and then it will be June Flower, and then it will be Simple Things reading. So, all right. Hopefully you're still there, Noemi, and let me do this really quick. Yes, you're here. Perfect. I can add you, Beloved Light. I didn't see. You said liked and subbed. I had you on the list, but sometimes people come in here and then they just leave. And so I'll put your name on the list. You won't have to wait that long. Okay. You're after Simple Things here. Beloved Light. Okay. All right, let's do it. No, you're good. You're good, Beloved Light. What I mean is not posting your question, saying that you wanted to be added to the list. Because you said hi, liked, and subbed, and I super appreciate it. But yeah, T-Dimic, I can put you on the list here. Okay. No, Beloved Light, you're just fine. You're just fine. You don't know how things work here. And maybe I can do a better job on explaining things, so do not worry about that. You're added regardless, though. And you're welcome, T-Dimic. All right, so we're wondering what the kitties think about Noemi. And we'll focus on that. Let's see. I'm not the most used to doing pet readings, but there's never a better time to practice than right now. Marble and... is it Napo or Napo? Either one's cute. Marble and... That's a cute name, though. Marble is a cute name for a cat. Napo. Napo. All right, give me just a second, and we'll look at getting this going for you. Napo. Okay. All right. Thank you for saying which one it was. If you spell it out phonetically, I get it, but I talk so much that when you guys say it's the second one, I've already forgotten how to pronounce it. So if you spell it out for me, then I'm like, that's what we do. I wish my brain didn't work that way. At least I got the psychic stuff going for me. Right, guys? Okay, let's do something here. So I'm going to connect with their energies a little bit. Because this is a cat, I'm going to do more of a like this is a pet question, it's going to be more of a psychic reading. I'll draw some cards too, but I'm just going to see what we can get here for the psychic part. So All right, let's look at what Marble thinks about you. Well, actually, yeah, let's look at Marble and your connection. So I'm just going to tune into your energy, and then I'm going to tune into their energy and kind of align the two up, and then I'm going to focus on what the connection looks like to me. So let's see if we can do that here. Very first thing that's coming through, and I normally don't smell things like psychically. My Claire Alliance generally isn't the one that I use a lot of. And so basically that means clear smelling, right? Because Claire is French for clear, and Alliance is something that has to do with smell, I guess. But right here, I'm getting the smell of pine coming in. And it feels like, if I smell the pine, I'm wondering if is Marble more of the dominant one? Or is Napo the dominant one? Because I'm feeling like there's one cat that's kind of in charge. And the pine scent is interesting here. So again, I'm going to just kind of be tuning in here. So give me a second. Okay. Hey, Angelino, how's it going? Awesome. Love that. There's pine trees outside your house. Okay. Well, that would make sense. Huh, sense. Like the smell. I'm doing good, Angelino. I'm reading a cat right now. So, does Marble like does Marble get to go outside? Or do they both get to go outside? I'm wondering if you let your cats out. And then the other thing is I'm feeling like there's something with the back leg or the tail for Marble. At least that's the energy I think I'm picking up on. And maybe they like to be pet there, or maybe there's like something that happened, right? Okay, Napo's the dominant one. All right. Okay. Thanks for letting me know, because I'm trying to understand the... He's 1.5 and the other is 4 months. Oh man, have fun with the 4-month-old kitten. They are literally energy. Like you could power a house off of the energy that a kitten has. Very little sleep, lots of just getting into everything. But it feels like there's a good connection here. So Marble's energy that I'm picking up on, it feels like you're forming a good connection here. I smelled kind of like a pink rose smell with this cat. Pink and rose seem to kind of go with this cat, or kind of a feeling of being sweet or being something that isn't the most... Like, they can be cute. Kittens can be cute, but... Okay, you always laugh. Okay. So I wasn't... Okay. Something about the tail was what I was told, so that makes sense. And that's good you guys laugh. That's awesome, because it shows you guys are close. Give me another second here. They're really cool. Angelino. They're one of my favorites. The kitten energy is kind of rough to deal with. But when they turn into full-blown big boys or girls, and they kind of calm down a little bit, that's what I like. I like the chill energy of a cat. Kitten energy is... It's a little difficult for about 2 or 3 years, and then it lightens up usually. So, pink rose energy, back legger. Okay, so nothing wrong with the tail. Let me see what else we can get here. Oh, that was nice. Do any of them like to lay on... for some reason I was seeing books. So I'm wondering if they either like to lay on books, or if they like to do something like that, or if they like to, if you're trying to get work done, just kind of come right in and like sit on the keyboard or do something where they can be a little mischievous. But the book thing was interesting. It does feel like a good connection though with Marble. Yeah, we're still going to talk about manifestations, but Naomi paid for a reading here. And then I have a few other people, it looks like, that are going to be wanting readings as well, so it's going to be a second. Study desk, okay. I'll put your name down, Angel. Let me do that for you. Okay. Well, other than the fact that I'm trying to tune into this energy and it feels kind of wispy and hard for me to get a hold of, it feels like the connection's good when I'm talking about this. Honestly speaking, your connection with Marble feels good. It feels like there's love there, there's appreciation there, and in time, when they mellow out a little bit more, you'll see a lot more of their personality come through. When they're like this, when they can get amped up. Yeah, they're difficult to deal with, but then you see more of their personality as they get older. So I feel like that connection's good. I'm going to do the other connection, though, so let me do this here. And this one is Napo, right? So let me tune into that. I'll just do this here. Okay, let's do that for you. See what we can get here. Who would, and if this makes sense to you, it makes sense, Noemi, but if it doesn't, that's okay. I got the name Hillary that came through, like first thing, the name Hillary. I don't know if that means anything to you, but it was just something that came through, so I'm just going to say it. And did Napo recently get, I'm either thinking there was a celebration of some sort, maybe in the family or something. But we also have it where I'm feeling like maybe there could be a new toy or there could be something that this cat's celebrating. It feels to me like another happy cat, right? But it feels like their worries, their fears feel more like new toys, new things to be excited about. That's something that I'm getting here, so I was just going to say that. And Angelino, it should convert if it's Cash App or if it's PayPal or if it's Super Chat. It should convert into the right currency, right? Just line it up with what the currency is, and you can do it that way. But these are the new rates that I got, and I'll show you these. I feel like this is more fair for you guys, so let me do this really quick. So right here, these are my new rates, and I feel like it's better for you guys. Sort of like the one behind me. Okay. Okay. Does your cat, does Napo try to sneak up on you? I heard the word ninja, so I'm wondering if there's if one of them tries to sneak up on you. Or like grabs your feet under the bed kind of a thing. Scares the shit out of me when my cat does it. It's, oh. No, Angel, you're down the list a little ways. There's about four people ahead of you. Your turn will come up, though. Just stay with me here. But those are the new rates I got. So $2.99, 1 question, 3 cards. Okay, that's totally marble. All right, because I was feeling like there was something with the cat energy. And some cats do that, and then some cats don't. Like, it's interesting how that works with cats. Some of them are just little mischief makers. Okay, so primarily both connections feel solid. With Napo, I'm seeing more green energy, and with Marble, I'm seeing more pink energy. And I know your name down here is pink and green. That doesn't have anything to do with the actual me seeing that. The green was a little bit of a darker green. It wasn't like this, and that doesn't mean it's negative or anything. It just means this cat presents itself in more of a masculine way, right? You said they were more dominant, but this cat has confidence. This cat has a sense of like owning its space and territory, so that's good. And yeah, both of these connections seem good to me. And if the name Hillary comes through and means anything to you, let me know, because that one's interesting. But maybe it could have been Hillary or hilarious. Cats can be funny, but it felt like more, anyway. Do you feel like that answers your question, Noemi? That's okay. That's okay if Hillary doesn't ring a bell. Maybe it means something in the future, right? I've definitely had that happen. So kind of keep an eye out for that name because it could mean something down the road, but yeah, nothing to worry about or anything, just something to keep an eye out for. But you're very welcome, Noemi, and thank you for the donation. That is super appreciated. I'm going to go back here and let's do this. So, June, what was your question? June Flower. Maybe you're typing your question right now. Ugh. Okay, June Flower, are you there? You can still get your reading if you come back, but you'll just be placed at the bottom of the list. So I'm going to give you another chance here. Are you there, June Flower, with your question? Okay, Simple Thing, are you there? Awesome, Simple Thing, what was your question? All right, we'll look at that for you. What is coming up for Simple Thing this year? And then Beloved Light, hopefully you're still there because your question's coming up next. Thank you, S. I'll put you on the list here. There's a few people ahead of you, S, but we'll get to you in just a second. So PayPal is this. Okay, so what's coming up for you in this year? And yeah, thank you, S, for subscribing and being patient in the chat. Not that you have much choice because you can't say anything until it's been 15 minutes, but hello. Let's do this here. What's coming up for a Simple Thing? Okay, so I'm getting this primarily. This is 9 of Coins in reverse. So we could be working through possibly issues where there could be codependency, or maybe we're relying on a certain form of income, is what I could see this as well. And maybe there's some circulation. I wonder if you have any circulation issues or if there's anything going on there, because my hand just felt super cold and like the blood wasn't working as well. I don't know, maybe possibly look at your blood pressure. I'm not sure. But 9 of Coins in reverse right here. Basically, it's going to be, I feel like this year is going to be more of a year of healing. I say that a lot, but we need the healing years to make it so the rest of the years we have on this earth can be more fun, more pleasurable, more, you know, that kind of thing. So it feels like it's going to be more of a healing year. Focusing on healing the past, like traumas, different things that we had coming up, maybe writing, possibly doing therapy, other things that can just be helpful, right? I'm not saying you need therapy, but I'm saying I do therapy. I think it's important to, if you can, to do it, to get things worked out. But that's what I'm seeing. It's more of kind of a year of coming to terms with things and working your way up was the thing that I heard kind of in a psychic message. So this part is important. This part of the journey is very important, but I think you're going to do just fine, Simple Thing. And as your name says, keep it simple, right? It makes sense today. Your hand or your heart? And then I'll go to Beloved Light. Are you there? Heart, okay. Yeah, keep an eye, possibly simple thing. Just keep an eye on your blood pressure and kind of see what's going on. I don't think it's necessarily anything to be alarmed about, but doesn't hurt to kind of look into things and see what's going on if you can. Okay, T. Dimmick, are you there? You're welcome, simple thing. All right, T. Dimmick, what's your question? My ex ended things with the guy she was seeing. What are her intentions with you? Okay. Hey, I like that, T. Dimmick. You're standing up for yourself. That's good. That is good. Let's look here. What are their intentions with you? What are their intentions with you? Okay, let's see. So I get this card right here. It's 7 of Cups in reverse. Oh, thank you, Maya. Awesome. Let me write your name down here. Awesome. Thank you, Maya. How are you doing today, Maya? And also, so T. Dimmick, I got the, well, oh wait, there we go. I got the 7 of Cups in reverse. That to me is saying that it's going to be a situation where I wouldn't stick around in this situation. When I look at this card, it's like, it feels to me like she's going to view you as the best option because you're there, not necessarily because you're a good match. And I know maybe that's painful to hear that, but I feel like this person has some healing, some inner work to do, and I don't feel like I feel like she knows what she's doing when she manipulates and she gets money and she's doing all that. I feel like she knows it. I don't feel like that behavior is going to change. Part of me feels like you would be there as an option for her to fall back on, I guess, not as like a main option. I know you want a connection with this person possibly, but I'm just getting a feeling of someone who doesn't understand your worth. And so if you keep pursuing it, you're going to keep a beat. You're going to okay, need to think how to word this. You're going to basically be endorsing the behavior, right? Because, and I know you don't want to stick around and be the cash cow, and I know it sounds like she broke up with whoever she's seeing. But yeah, it feels to me like the connection just doesn't feel safe. It feels like a heartbreak waiting to happen kind of a thing. Like there could possibly be a connection, but then it feels like it's just going to break off. Okay. Awesome, Maya. Glad to hear you're doing good. Let me do this for you. So let's do this. So you had that feeling. Listen to yourself, because you know what's going on. I know a part of us wants to give people a second chance, but I want you to understand it like this, T. Dimmick. And maybe this will make sense. You're a kind-hearted person. I feel like you're a good person. You're kind-hearted. I feel like you've learned lessons and morals, and you have a sense of honor or integrity, at least to some degree. I feel like there's something there, right? But you tend to view other people kind of like how you view yourself, or how you put standards on yourself to be a certain way, to be honest, to be trustworthy, to be those kinds of things. We need to look at other people as other people instead of projecting ourselves onto them and saying, well, if I'm a good person, this person could be good too. It's something that we do. We give people the benefit of the doubt, but ultimately, if you keep giving people the benefit of the doubt, they're going to keep kind of using you, right? Because they're just not for you. The universe is trying to show you a way of not doing something. Because we learn through contrast sometimes. All right, Maya. So what's your question? What are we wondering? All right, so beloved light, I called for you a while ago, so I'm going to move you down to the bottom of the list, but you're still on the list. There's not that many people in front of you anyway, but I'm just letting you know. General? Okay, yeah, we can do that. Let's do a general for Maya here. Let's see what we can come up with. So let's do this really quick. Of course. Yeah, I can do that for you, Angelino. Okay. So, let's do this here. All right, general for Maya. What does Maya need to know as a general reading? You are welcome, Angelino. I understand sometimes it just doesn't work, and that's okay. I won't think any less of you, I promise. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and that's fine, you know. You can just hang out in the chat if it doesn't work, or if it does, whatever you want to do. Okay. Let's do this here. Couple more shuffles. You're okay, beloved light. You're okay. I don't get mad if you guys miss your turn, because, you know, you guys are human, right? So there's going to be things that happen, things that come up, and I'll just say your name if you're not here, and then you come back. I just put you at the bottom of the list, and so no harm done, okay? That's just how it goes. Okay. Let's do a couple more here. General from Maya. Okay. Okay, so here's what I've got for you, Maya. Hold on one second. Sorry, guys, give me 1 second here. Okay. Wait. Okay. All right, so Maya, we have the Hanged Man in reverse. Okay. Or, I don't know, I guess Jeff Bezos is doing yoga. Kind of looks like Jeff Bezos a little bit. I imagine he's completely hairless. You know what I mean? Kind of going for it. Then we get Ace of Swords in reverse. And then we get the Chariot in reverse. So we could possibly be dealing with Sagittarius or Cancer energy, and these energies could be difficult to deal with. Both of these cards are in reverse, and so we could have a feeling of being stuck, possibly being in a situation where we can't think the way we want to, or we can't do the things that we want to do. With this right here, Maya, there tends to be, I get a feeling that you're holding back a lot of kind of who you are. I'm trying to look for my iPad here. And when we're holding back a lot of who we are, we will make false connections. We'll make connections with people, and these connections will not last because they're not meant to last. They're meant to sort of show us what we could be doing better, possibly. The universe teaches us things, I've said this before, it teaches us things in contrast. So we learn through dualistic concepts, right? We learn that there cannot be a front without a back. There cannot be an up without a down. There's always an opposite to whatever it is that we're going through. And so a lot of times humans learn that. So if there's an opposite of expression, it's going to be repression, right? It's going to be feeling repressed or feeling like we can't say what it is that we need to say. And over time, if we're not in a space where we feel like we can do that on a regular basis, we can sort of start to lose identity. That can be something that can be difficult. Depending on the circumstances that you're in, it's important to express yourself. If it's dangerous circumstances or you feel like you can't do that, then I would say get out of that situation as soon as you could so that you can start to express yourself. Because there can be a feeling of things just not wanting to work out, and we don't have new ways of thinking right here. Ace of Swords in reverse. That's not new ways of thinking. That's like old ways of thinking, sort of sneaking up on us. I feel like there's a part of us that's moving forward, but there's another part of us that wants to bring the past version of ourselves with us into this new version of our lives. And we have to let one of those versions of ourselves die so that the new one can move forward. And when I say die, I mean like, let's say when you were 5 years old, right? Your shoe size was very, very small, okay? You now wouldn't be able to fit into your size 5 shoes, okay? Just like that analogy there, we also have selves that at one point we fit into, we were that person, but we need to let go so that we can keep evolving and keep growing, primarily. Is that making sense to you, Maya? And it's okay, Angelino, that PayPal isn't working. I understand. Thank you for trying, though. We can still do the one card, so don't worry about that. Okay. Also, Maya, there could be ways of thinking that could be possibly like obsessive in ways of thinking. And so there could be some things going on here where it's hard for us to not think about certain things, to not think about certain outcomes, which that's kind of a human thing, right? We tend to ruminate or focus on the things that aren't necessarily positive. I feel like you are a positive person. I feel like you can help other people be positive and you can be there for other people. I just don't feel like you're there for yourself. I feel like you give that to others, but you don't take care of your own needs as much. And it could be the people-pleasing, it could be the perfectionistic attitudes, possibly. But ultimately, it just feels like you put others before yourself so that you can kind of focus on them instead of working on you. And that's going to create issues down the road. And eventually, if we don't start working through that, we can start to resent people. We can start to look at people and feel like we're really disconnected because we're not taking the time out for ourselves. And so other people getting our time and our attention, we will start to look at as being like, well, I'm not doing it for me, and so it's going to be hard to do it for you. Basically, I'll use this analogy as well. Each and every one of us, when we wake up, we're given a big pitcher of water, okay? We're given a lot of water. And this water that I'm talking about, this is your time and this is your attention. We're given a big pitcher of water, and we water the things that we pay attention to and the relationships that we're in, and basically our energy goes into these areas. But we need to make sure that first things first, we take a drink of that water ourselves in the morning. We need to take care of ourselves first, and then other people come after we take care of the self. That's not selfish, that's just the way it works. If you want to be there for other people in the best way possible, you have to be there for yourself first. So, is that making sense, Maya? You're very welcome, Maya. Very, very welcome. Sorry about the light turning off and on, guys. It's not a psychic thing. It's not hooked up to my Wi-Fi. I changed Wi-Fi networks and got a new router and everything, and so I think I just need to hook it up to the right Wi-Fi source. But oh, I'm lazy. I'm so lazy. I'm so lazy, in fact, that I don't even sleep. I hire someone else to do it for me. I just want to be lazy. I don't want to sleep. Okay, it's too much work. All right, so let me do this here. Let me get this going. There we go. All right, Angelino, are you there? We got 3 people on the list here, and then we can talk about manifestation. If anyone's wanting to talk about manifestation, we can definitely talk about that. But we just have to do these first. All right, Angelino, Beloved Light, or Angel, either one of you guys come forward here and you got your reading. Angelino, Beloved Light, or Angel. Come on down. Oh. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second, and yeah, I'll be back. So let me just do this, and she in the shack. Hey there, Mei Lu. Yeah, I can add you. So, Mei Lu, what's your question? I was calling for other people, and then Red Moon and White Angel. Yeah, I can put you guys down. Hey there, June. I called your name a while ago, so you're at the bottom of the list. Because you didn't answer. I was calling your name quite a bit. So, and it's okay that you didn't answer. I'm just letting you know that's how things work here. So, let's do this. Okay, so Mei Lu says, so my cousin Christine is getting married and her wedding will be at Costa Rica on September 9th. Will I be able to go to her wedding? Let's look, Mei Lu, and see. We'll use the Energy Oracle cards here. Will you be able to go to your cousin Christine's wedding? Costa Rica sounds beautiful. So, yeah. How's it going, Penny? All right. Will you be able to go to Costa Rica? I'm getting this one here, Door to Spirit. I feel like there may be subtle opportunities to go. So yes, I do feel like you can go to Costa Rica, but be looking for ways that you can book this as soon as possible and make sure you don't have any prior engagements on September 9th. If something comes up, if you're wanting to do the Costa Rica thing as soon as possible, make notes, make plans that this is something you're going to do. And yeah, I feel like you can do it, but it's going to take a little bit of it's either going to take a little bit of saving up or it's going to take a little bit of planning to get things detailed and ironed out, but I think so. You're very welcome, Penny. You're very welcome. I'm glad you had a good birthday. And if you're heading to bed early, get a little extra sleep for me, and then send it my way. I'll take that. Okay, Red Moon, what was your question? And then White Angel, it will be your turn. You're very welcome, Mei Lu. And thank you again, White Angel, for subscribing. Hey, Cassandra, how's it going? Not yet, White Angel. You're coming up though. You're after Red Moon, so I'm gonna do Red Moon's reading, and then we'll do White Angel. We'll do your reading, White Angel. So if you want to ask your question now, we can totally do that. All right. We're gonna talk about manifestation here after I get everyone read. So. Let's do this here. So, hey there, 17. Oh, thank you, Angelino. Yeah, we'll talk about some manifestation stuff, and we'll talk about kind of my approach with it, and if it can be used to get a lot of yogurt. The answer may surprise you. So Mei Lu, I do charge for extra questions. You get one free question. If you want to do another one, then I do charge for those. Okay. Let's do this here. No, you didn't, Cassandra. I'm going to be talking here in just a second. I'm going to get everyone read that's on the list, and then we'll do some talking. Unless someone comes in with a paid reading. But let's do that. So give me 1 second here. And we'll get it going. Okay, Angel, I called your name a while ago, but I did call you. So you'll be at the bottom of the list again. Okay, so let's do that one. Okay, and then we're going to do Red Moon's reading here. Thank you, 17. I appreciate that very much. All right, so I'm going to finish this reading with Red Moon, and then I'm going to go straight to your reading, 17. Thank you again for the donation. Okay. There's the getting going. Oh, thank you, Cassandra. Yeah, mediumship is something I really want to get into more. And there was different levels. There's different ways to communicate with spirit. I didn't talk about one of the other ways that was really fascinating. But we can talk about that in just a minute here. So, Red Moon. Will you get news at your job? I get strength in reverse, so I'm just going to say it like this. I do feel like there could be news at your job. Hopefully it's nothing bad. If I see strength in reverse, though, it's not necessarily looking good. But if there are any obstacles that come your way, know that you can handle them and know that you can work through those. Okay? So if something bad does happen, know that I feel like eventually would be for your best interest, even though sometimes it feels like it could be the end of the world for us. But usually it means there's a new start. And you're okay, Angel. You're just fine missing it. Don't worry about that. You guys are fine. All right. So what do I see coming in the next month for 17? Let's see here. What do I see coming in the next month for 17? Oh, let me do that actually. Now this is a Dragon Ball Z reference. This is just for me. We can discuss that here in just a minute. You're already on the list, Cassandra. I felt like you were going to ask, so put you on there. So here's what I'm going to do. And anyone that's on the list, you guys are absolutely fine, okay? But anyone that's coming in right now, I'm just going to put this up and then put this up. Nope. This one. Okay. So anyone that's on the list, you guys are fine. Okay, if I wrote your name down, it's all gravy. Okay, next month for 17. What's coming in the next month for 17? You are welcome, Cassandra. What's coming in next month for 17? Okay, we're dealing with some energies here. Heard like a wheezing in my ear. That was interesting. Not the Pokemon, but the someone breathing heavy. It was interesting. Okay, so here's what I've got. We have the Death card in reverse. The lights will turn back on. You can see this a little bit better. There we go. Normally, if it's like that, that's what it's coming to, right? There's a skull up there. There's some trees. There's a little horsey down there. When it's in reverse, though, it could be next month we're being challenged to change something. Kind of like how the autumn leaves turn. For some reason, I was being shown that analogy. And when the autumn leaves turn, they don't have a choice. They go for it. It feels like next month you're going to have to do something that you just have to do, and you don't really have a choice in it. And normally free will is a thing, I understand that, but maybe you're going to have to do something that's for the betterment of yourself. Looking at this, but it's like just how the leaves on the tree don't decide when they change, but when they're going to change, they do. That's kind of the situation I feel that you're in. There could be a feeling of some stuck energy too, because I was feeling like I was stepping in gum. But the thing is, if you step in gum, all you have to do is lift your shoe up a little bit and keep walking. So there could be perceived obstacles and difficulties, maybe with a job, maybe with parental people, or maybe with authority figures. It just feels like there could be something there. But I get this here. I get the Moon card. Okay. The Moon is a really pretty card because it deals with subtle energies or the subconscious, right? With the Sun, you have gold, you have this kind of masculine energy. With the Moon, you have silver, and you have subconscious, more feminine energy, right? And so that's what I'm seeing there. No, I can put you on the list S. You guys have to tell me that you want to be put on the list, but you're on the list. And thank you very much, Petro. I super appreciate that. You'll be right after this reading that I'm doing right now, but thank you so much, my friend. Okay. And yeah, Angelino, you did lose your turn. I was calling you a while ago. I can put you down on the bottom of the list again here. Sorry, 17. Give me 1 second. Just stay with me and you guys will get your turn. But it's okay if you miss your turn. I'm not mad about it. Okay, you guys don't need to apologize. We'll just move on, right? So then I get 7 of Cups. It's interesting that I said you don't have a choice and then the 7 of Cups comes up because the 7 of Cups is about choice, right? And when I see it this way, a cup can be used to, but you're on the list now, S, and so if you wait around, we can get you going here. But the 7 of Cups right here is definitely about choice. And so where I said you will have a lack of free will or feeling like our hands are tied in a situation, I also want you to think about it this way, that sometimes in order for us to see what exactly is bothering us or what's going on, things kind of need to hit a breaking point or a boiling point, and we do not get to control things. We have a very finite amount of control, but our egos, our brains want to control even more than we have the ability to make us feel safe and to make us feel comfortable. But this can make us feel neurotic, or this can make us feel like things have to go a certain way or else it's done, right? But in this case here, there will be perceived obstacles. There's not going to be obstacles that you can't surmount. There's not going to be things that you can't do. It just feels to me like we build things up bigger in our head than they actually are. And then when we do the thing, then we're like, okay, that wasn't too bad. And even if it was kind of bad, kind of hard to do, we're still like, I'm glad I did that. But that's something I was getting. So primarily next month, you're going to be working with, you could be working with dealing with negative self-talk, or you could be working with, and yes, Red Moon, you can donate here if you wanted to ask another question. Sorry, I didn't see your message there. But that's something that I'm seeing there, is that it's just going to be working through change and not letting things define us, but also understanding when it's appropriate for us to push against something and when it's appropriate for us to let the universe do what it needs to do. Because we do not have control in a lot of situations. And that should give us peace of mind and comfort, because it means that us being successful or unsuccessful or whatever, a lot of it is left to luck. A lot of people, right place, right time, and they were just lucky in what they did. And it looks like a lot of it was skill, but trust me, it's so luck based on being successful or on doing this or that yeah. Anyway, so does that make sense to you? 17? Awesome. I'm glad it makes sense. So yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. And you just have to be... Me saying letting things go is like trying to say, okay, easier said than done. Everything is easier said than done. I mean, maybe not everything. There's really long words that I can't pronounce, and Hawaiian names sometimes are really, really long, and I cannot pronounce your last name if you're Hawaiian. It's probably a beautiful name. I have no idea how to pronounce it. But anyway, it resonates, that's good. Just be on the lookout and realize, release what you can, and it's never ours anyway. Everything that we do in this life is borrowed. And the favorite quote that I have is that we are all just walking each other home. That's it. Okay? We have very little control over things, but the mind would want to think we do. Okay, and we're going to go to Patro's question here. Again, Patro, thank you for the donation. I'm just going to see something here. Okay. All right, so you did the $5 option, Patro, so perfect. Or the $6 option, I should say. You did the $5.99. So let me do this. You're very welcome, 17. Let me change this up for you. And we're going to do... on one second. I feel like I'm connecting with somebody, and maybe this is your energy, Shu, I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm getting heartburn, and definitely haven't done anything to get heartburn. I'm just throwing that out there. Sometimes when I tune into people's energies, there can be different things that come up, so I'm just going to throw that one out there. Okay. All right, so Patro, what are Sakin's intentions towards you? Sashin, maybe? Is that how you say that? Anyway, what are their intentions towards you, Patro? Let's look here. What are their intentions towards you? So you get 6 cards for the $5.99, so let's do that for you. Okay. One more shuffle here. All right, what are their intentions towards you? Okay, so here's what I've got for you, Patro. So I get the Knight of Swords right there. Thank you, Red Moon. Hold on, let me write this down and then I'll show you your cards. You just have to keep track of the books here. Super appreciated, Red Moon. Okay. All right, so we get the Knight of Swords, and you'll be after Patro. I'm reading here, Red Moon. And then we get the Judgment card in reverse. Oh, I'll wait till that goes down. There we go. We get the Judgment card in reverse, okay? That's usually what it looks like. But if I'm seeing the Knight of Swords and I'm seeing the Judgment card in reverse right away, their intentions towards you, it feels like this person is more mentally based and not necessarily emotional. The Knight of Swords can be extreme ways of thinking or extreme ways of doing certain things. And so it's kind of like dealing with sort of a congested energy would be the best way I could describe it. This has nothing to do with you necessarily, but it feels like there's some unhealed things from this person's perspective. And hopefully they want to look at them, but from what I'm getting in the cards here, it's looking kind of not likely. We get the Two of Swords here. Okay. This person is given options to change or to do what they need to do, but then we get the Three of Wands in reverse. And it feels like this person is stubborn and just immature in the way that they handle things. Because then we get these two cards. We get Seven of Cups in reverse, and then we get the Five of Wands in reverse. Seven of Cups in reverse is lack of choice, which anyway, let's explain that. And then we get Five of Wands in reverse. So, Knight of Swords and Judgment, okay? The way I read those is that we have someone who's a thinker but not so much a feeler. In fact, there's no cards here that represent feeling other than maybe lustful thoughts, but it doesn't feel like relationship thoughts would be what this person is doing. Maybe there's a player energy or maybe there's something like that, but it feels like there's a sense of like not quite getting it with this person. Then we get the Two of Swords, okay? Making a choice, sticking with it, deciding which path to go down. Three of Wands in reverse is not working well with others or not wanting to see other people's viewpoints and how they decide to do things. So it just feels like we're dealing with a stubborn individual. And then Seven of Cups in reverse and the Five of Wands in reverse. Lack of choice and possibly confrontational energy. So this person could have a very fragile ego, or they could be someone who gets upset easily over things. But it feels to me like I'm not getting a sense of this person taking action with you, if I can be completely honest. If this is something you want, I wish you the best in this connection, but what I'm feeling now is that this person doesn't understand you the way you would want to be understood. It feels like there could be a lot better options out there for you, and this person feels either oblivious or just stubborn as hell, and not in a good way, not in a cute way. It just feels like this person has a lot of growing up to do is what I'm feeling. So that's what I'm seeing. Does that make sense, Petro? You're very welcome, Petro. Thank you. I appreciate you coming on here immensely. And paying for a reading. Awesome. Okay, so Red Moon, what are we wondering about? on a second. And yeah, hit me with your question, Red Moon, when you're ready. Okay. You'd like to know who's coming towards you in love, so let's do that. Give me 1 second here. Okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do, Red Moon. We can either do one question for 10 cards, or we can do 2 questions for 5 cards each. What would you want to do? Because the $10 donation is... that's where the good shit lives. One question. Okay, you want to know what's coming towards you in love, so let's look at that. Let's do this. So let's do 5 months, okay? I'm going to do 2 cards for each month, and it's up to you if you want to include April. Do you want to start in April, or do you want to start in May for the 5-month reading? It'd either be April to September or May to October. Start in May. Okay. Let's do that. We're going to start in May. We're going to do 10 cards, and we're going to use 2 cards to represent each month. So May, June, July. Let's see. May, June, July, August. Now that goes to September because we're talking about May too. Okay, I was wrong with that. So we'll go from May to September because May is the first, and then, yeah, anyway. Miscounted on that, but let's do that. May to September. Okay. A couple more shuffles here, and then I've got my other deck I'm going to use. Nope. Yeah, so I'm going to say this right now, guys. I'm going to be taking the rest of April off after Friday. So I'm just letting you guys know. So if you have questions you're wondering about, you'll have Monday, Tuesday, and Friday to get with me. So I just need a little breaky poo. All right. Let's do this here. One more shuffle. Here we go. Okay, so May, June, July, August. Let's see, May, June, July, August, and September. Okay. So May we get All right, May might be a little bit difficult when we're talking about love. 9 of Cups in reverse and hostilities. So could be looking at setting boundaries, could possibly be having someone coming back, but we get to decide, like a love interest or someone trying to come into our energy, but we get to decide how far that goes. And I'm going to tell you now, most of the time, if you've been with them before, they haven't changed that much. It could be 5 years, 10 years. Actions speak louder than words. If someone tells you they've changed, okay, prove it to me. Prove it that you've changed with what is it? Words or action. Prove that you've changed with action. So I'm going to say May feels like a month of not. It doesn't feel like there's love in May. I'm not feeling like there's a love connection in May. It feels to me it's boundaries or it's working through, just working through things. I don't know if you journal or if you do anything where you like express yourself in any way. And hey there, Kiki, how you doing? But yeah, so let me do that. Okay. So let's look at June here, just because May, there wasn't a lot going on. June. Okay, so in June, we get these two again. Magician in the Mirror in reverse and Knight of Wands in reverse. I view the Knight of Wands as kind of like a player card. So there could either be a fire sign or a water sign, and it feels like one or both of these people you've been with before. So if I don't know, maybe exes start crawling out of the woodwork, or maybe there's this feeling of like people that we don't necessarily want to have relationships with are coming back into our lives. That could be something too. But again, it's a great time to practice boundaries because we attract a good love partner, a good love connection when we have respect for the self more than anything else. So May and June, if I'm being completely honest, not looking very likely. It feels kind of like congested energy. It feels like it's not time, right? But let's look at July. So we have 6 of Cups, and then we have Happy Family. So 6 of Cups is upright, and Happy Family's in reverse. So we could be having, yet again, there's like a nostalgia thing that I keep picking up on. Possibly another connection from the past. Maybe someone who I feel like you could give them actions. Actions speak louder than words, and I'm always going to say that because there can be good people that go through bad experiences and then they become sort of tainted by that and they express themselves in that way. And you can't necessarily blame someone for that because it's kind of like, again, some people it's out of their control with how life unfolds, how it happens. But again, you're going to want to look for someone who's stable, who has a good connection. 6 of Cups is a retro card. It's a card where we could be talking about childhood, we could be talking about the past, but it's kind of like looking back. And then Happy Family in reverse could be, it could be, to me, instead of a love situation, it could be that. It could definitely be that. Maybe a Gemini in June. No, in July. And then, I had something there. Yeah, 6 of Cups is like a retro card, and it could be going back and healing things, family dynamics, not being there, or not feeling like we were alone in situations that were hard for us to deal with as children, but we can go back and reparent. We can go back and kind of start this the right way. And it feels to me like lasting relationships is the thing that I'm hearing. So you're going through trials and tribulations, but I do feel at the end, if we do everything we need to do for healing, it feels like good connections are going to be coming our way. Let's look at August here. Okay, so we get these 2 cards, 2 of Swords in reverse. Okay, This could be possibly two people coming in and maybe not knowing which one to choose. In fact, it feels like you're going to let time decide for you, if I'm being completely honest. Maybe you don't like confrontation, or you feel like this could be confrontational, or maybe you don't like the fact that... Okay. You only dated one guy, but he seems to be very mad when I broke up with him. And the one who's interested in me, I avoid him. Okay, so that would make sense. So the two people would make sense. But this one feels like there's some newer energy coming in. Hey there, Destiny. So the victory card right here, this is a good card to have. I feel like you'll find what it is that you need to find. But yes, if you're not attracted to someone, if you're not interested, and you avoid them, completely understand it. Kind of follow your heart, follow your gut. But also, let's look at why we choose the partners we do, right? It's almost a good idea to write things down. Like, what would we want in a partner? Okay? This is a good way to kind of view the law of attraction, get things going for us. But it's something that we want to attract a partner, but we need to know the qualities that that partner would have to have. And we don't need them looking like Brad Pitt. I get that that's a bonus, but, maybe they'll look like Bad Pitt, which is his brother that didn't quite do as well. But that's kind of what I'm getting there. So it does feel like there will be obviously success or victory in August. That's one of the better cards to get. I'm sorry to hear that, Destiny. I can add you to the list. It'll be a second, but I can add you. Okay. You're on the list. Hey there, Midnight Wolf Terrell. Yip, yip, yip. I'm sorry to hear that, Destiny. That's awful. And then we get 5 of Wands and Patience. I'm doing good, Midnight Wolf. How are you? So, 5 of Wands and Patience right here. So this could be working through, again, a lot of it seems to me that we're working through why we choose the people we do, and we're focusing on that. I do feel like in August, things are going to be looking up for you, but it feels like there's a lot of work to do, and I'm hearing the word unification. So we need to take the parts that are painful from the past, and we need to look at them in a way that's objective, and that take the charge out of the emotions. The only reason we don't look at certain emotions or things that have happened is because there is a charge, there's a feeling that we have, but eventually if we look at it, we try to understand it, that charge starts to dissipate, and every time we work through something, we're taking back a little bit of our energy. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. So it's looking like you're going to have some success in love, especially in August, but don't let the universe decide for you. Focus on allowing yourself to have a good partner, and take this energy that you have and cast it in the future. What do you want in a partner? Like, obviously you want loyalty, you want respect, you want appreciation, gentleness, kindness, someone who's attentive, who listens, someone who understands you or who tries to understand you, someone who maybe messes up once in a while, but you guys talk about things, you communicate, and then things get better from there. That's going to be what we're looking for in a partner. Those are just some ideas. You can obviously write other ones down, but that's going to help you to make like an itemized list of something. And then if someone isn't meeting those requirements, don't make them unrealistic, right? But if someone isn't meeting those requirements, then just say, no, I'm good, and do it that way. So that's what I've got for you, Red Moon. So does that make sense to you? Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so thank you for the donation. I'm going to go to this one. So Midnight Wolf Tarot, did you have a question? You're so welcome. You're so welcome, Red Moon. Thank you. Thank you for helping to support the channel. Super, super appreciate it. Okay. Is everything okay, Angelino? You said oof. Oh, awesome. Okay. Sweet, Midnight Wolf. Well, enjoy the show. Okay, so we're going back to the free list, guys, and I'm just going to go like this. Do that. Then we'll do this. There we go. All right. Just things resonating. Oh, okay. Okay, I hear what you're saying, Angelino. All right, White Angel, are you there? Yes, Angel, you're actually up right now. So what was your question? Thank you for being patient, guys. I like to spend times on the paid reading. Not times. I like to spend time on the paid readings because that's what supports the channel. Also, I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. Oh, man. All right, White Angel says, will Athi and them get back together? They used to do. Okay, June Flower, are you there after White Angel's reading? So we'll either do June Flower or Cassandra. Are you there after White Angel's reading? So White Angel says, will Athi and I get back together and things be the way they used to be? Let's do that. One more shuffle here. Will you guys get back together? So this one, I get all tied up in reverse. And so it feels to me like the communication's being blocked. And... oh, thank you, Florencia. Awesome. It's feeling like the connection's just being blocked, and I'm feeling like someone has to... hold on. Okay. Someone has to want to make the first move towards there being a reconnection, and even if you did that, this person has to want to do that as well. So I'm getting a sense right now that I don't think you're going to have the same connection that you used to have with this person. I would honestly say don't wait for anybody. Move on from this connection at this point in time, because it doesn't feel like it's resonating with me here. So I'm sorry, White Angel, but I'm sure there's other people that would be a much better choice or option. If someone's blocking, or if communication's blocked, let's find somebody who's available. Okay. So June Flower, Cassandra, or Angel. I know there's another one. There's an Angelino as well, but we're doing June Flower, Cassandra, or Angel. Are you guys there? Okay. Okay, Cassandra, what was your question? You're so tired and tied up. You're welcome. You're welcome, White Angel. I wish you the best in dealing with what you're dealing with. F's thoughts towards you. Let's look at that, Cassandra. What is F thinking towards Cassandra? So Kiki, is your question like super important? Like, do you need an answer now? Or is it just kind of a love question, wondering what someone's thinking about or focusing on that? Because I'm not going to be taking any more free questions unless they're of dire circumstance. At least at this point in time. Okay. What are F's thoughts towards Cassandra? Okay. F's thoughts towards Cassandra. We get Angel of Strength. Okay. All right, so Angel of Strength is going to be a card, and then I'm hearing... Oh, thank you, Midnight Wolf. You're very sweet. I appreciate that. I do the best I can. I'm still learning, and I hope it stays that way. As soon as you stop learning, you stop growing. And when you stop growing, you stay 3 inches tall forever. That's what I've been told. And to eat my vegetables. So we have Angel of Strength right here. And I know that the tarot also has the Strength card either being an 11 or an 8, right? You can also define Leo, which is very true. But that's kind of something that I'm getting here, is that the 8 came through. And so it feels to me like there's an expression here that this person... I don't feel like they'll express, but it feels like there's a connection here. I'm always going to say don't wait on anybody, though. It feels like there's still... You're Leo. Okay, that would make sense then. So then, take a look at this card. This card, though, is an embodiment of, like, the supernatural strength card, okay? Because obviously an angel could hold on to a lion no problem, at least that I'm aware of. In the actual strength card, generally speaking, you have a woman, and she's holding a leash, and her hand is open, and there's a lion at the other end of the leash. But she doesn't use the leash to control the lion. Instead, she trusts the lion, even though there's a leash, because she guides the lion where she wants it to go. Not because it's going to run away, not because it's going to do something it shouldn't, but to guide the lion. And so there's a strength card here. And I always say never wait for anybody, if that's the case, but it does feel to me like, there's something here. So that's what I'm getting for you, Cassandra. And yeah. Okay, so let's do this. Angel, S, Angelino, Angel, S, or Angelino? Oh. When we get these done, we can talk about manifestation, we can talk about some different spiritual topics, and that's what I'm all about. I love the spiritual topics. They are my favy. So we're going to be talking about those. So guys, get ready. Pop your little knuckles. I assume everyone has tiny baby hands like I do. And we'll go from there. Okay, Angelino, what is your question? Yes, Destiny, you were added. You're after Angelino. You're welcome, Destiny. You want advice, spirituality. Okay, so if we're talking about advice, what's your question, Angelino? Do you have a specific question in mind? Oh. Of course, Angelino. Hey, here's what I'm going to say right now, Angelino. I appreciate the fact you're vulnerable and you're going through something and you're coming on here and you're displaying yourself. You're showing yourself even though you're vulnerable. Super appreciated. And you just want some insight on your journey right now. Okay. That is absolutely fine. Let's see what we can do for your journey right now. What does Angelino need in his journey right now? It's hard to be vulnerable, but it's worth it. It's always worth it. Because in vulnerability lies genuine authenticity. I'm using both those words. They say the same thing. But you'll be after Destiny, S. I'm reading Angelino, I'm reading Angelino right now. Then it's Destiny. Then it will be your turn. So, just hold tight. You're welcome, S. Vulnerability is your motto right now. Love it. Love it. Okay. What does Angelino need to know on their spiritual journey at this point in time? Yep, there we go. That makes sense. Okay, next reading. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Angelina. We got this one. We got yin yang in reverse. And when I see yin yang in reverse, we're talking about the divine feminine, the divine masculine. Okay? These two energies want to mix together. They want to be together. And one of them, just having one of these energies and not the other, is going to make it really difficult to lead a balanced life. Okay? So, the best thing we can do, you're embracing your vulnerability right now. I hope, Angelino, that as you're embracing your vulnerability, you're still embracing your masculinity as well. That doesn't mean masculinity is not being a man, the traditional way society has taught us, being non-expressive, doing that. But masculinity can be in a man or a woman, or non-gender, whatever you want to say, you know. But it can be, basically, we go out, we do the things we need to do. I view a man as someone who takes care of things, even if they're difficult. And I view a man as someone who is there for people in a way that has gentleness and kindness, but also has a strength inside of them. So the vulnerability is actually a very masculine trait, I think. But it's also something that a lot of people have, that machismo, they have this bravado, ego, whatever you want to call it. And it makes it so that it's really hard to be expressive. Angelino, I don't know if that's something you grew up with, but where I'm from, male expression is basically non-existent in a positive way. You can basically be angry or you can be happy if you're a man in America. Those two things are accepted. You can't be scared. You can't be sad. You can't be anything that involves emotion of any kind because that's frowned upon. And so I feel like you're working to undo that possible brainwashing because society has a way of kind of not getting it. Whoever started society, they messed up in a big way. They shouldn't have been in charge. And whoops. And of course the light goes out when I say whoops. But even in therapy, you've been talking about that. No, my zodiac sign, I am a Taurus sun, Virgo rising, and Aquarius moon. S. So the yin yang here, basically expression. I'm not going to say divine feminine, divine masculine necessarily in these instances because you're working through feminine energy. And divine feminine is different from feminine energy, but in order to reach the divine feminine, we have to go through just the kind of the feminine energy. And the feminine energy is about something that's more passive. And I don't mean in a way that's like they let things happen and they have no boundaries. I mean it like this. And I know I shouldn't use this as an example, but to me it's a good example. And I wouldn't want one of these little guys near me. They scare the hell out of me. But I view it like this. You have the divine masculine and you have the divine feminine, or the masculine and the feminine. And I feel like a spider represents that really well for both instances. Okay? So what does the spider do? Right? What does the spider do? So the spider, in this instance, is going to be something that it goes out, it builds a web. A lot of spiders build webs. We're not talking about the ones that don't. They're losers. Okay, we're not talking about them. So a lot of spiders build webs, and when they're building the web, they take their time, but they're doing something that's very action-oriented. They have a goal. They have something they need to accomplish, and they have to do it. Okay? To me, that's masculine energy. They just go for it. They do what they need to do. They don't ask permission. They're not hurting. Well, they're hurting other bugs, but, that's okay, because some bugs are annoying. Sorry. Hate to be that guy, but flies, no. Okay, so anyway, but then after the spider makes its web, what does it do? It doesn't go out and search for something to eat. It stays right there where it is in its web, and it trusts that the universe will provide it food. That's the feminine part coming in. The trusting that you will have what you need when you need it. Right? And I feel like women are very good at being in that space when we enter into a calmness. Women especially can enter into that space where receptivity and energy can come into them. So that's kind of the place I feel like you're at. You've done the masculine part and you understand that, but it's time now to focus more on the feminine energy, and not in a way that's, again, not in a way that's like anything other than just being passive and understanding that that's a proper role to have. If we go after everything gung-ho, we're going to burn ourselves out. Likewise, if we're passive with everything, we're going to burn ourselves out, or we're going to resent something. We're not going to have balance. But both of these things create a balanced individual and is part of a healthy breakfast. So that's kind of the situation that I'm looking at, Angelino. So does that resonate with you? And yes, Cassandra, my B-Day is near indeed. Awesome. Awesome. I have a funny story. This one's really weird. And so, Destiny, what was your question specifically? Just so we can go from there. But here's a really weird story. I went to the DMV with my dad, and I was going to get my, yes, Tauruses are awesome. But I was going to get my my ID. Not a driver's license, just an ID. And when I go in there to get my state ID, they accidentally, because my dad was born in 1959, and they put me as being born in 1957. And so there for a hot second, I was 2 years older than my dad. And I thought that was hilarious. Me and my dad were laughing about that, and they didn't even catch it. I had to go back. I had it laminated. I had it all right there. It was ready to go. I had to go back and say, hey, I'm not 2 years older than my dad. You know, I'm not super old. But now the funny part of the story is this. The funny part is that I am given in the mail so many times retirement packages. I'm being told I'm going to die soon. Plan for your funeral. You know, it's like, damn. Okay. And it's hilarious to me because it's like, you guys have no idea who you're sending mail to. But I qualify for so much life insurance. I mean, it's expensive because apparently I'm like 75 years old, whatever. But it's funny because it's weird. And I get AARP in the mail. I get all these different things in the mail, and it's like retirement programs, investment banking. Like, what do you want to do when you retire? It's like, I've barely worked. Like, let me finish one thing to get to anyway. Life's weird. That was one of the weirder things. So never be older than your dad. It's just a word of warning. Okay, so let's look at this. Destiny says, I would like a general on my case. I called to get help out of an abuser and due to my children. Okay, seen me get beat. So it was a failure to protect. I believe. Okay, and I'll shuffle the cards here. And so, Cassandra, I'm going to be 33 on April 28th. And so it'll be a birthday. And I want it to be a hobbit's birthday. That means no noise, complete silence, and if a wizard knocks on my door, I'm kicking his ass. Alright. Because we don't allow that shit. No dwarves, no wizards. I just want to have a hobbit life. Hey, Mary. I need it. I need quietness to recharge my hearing aid batteries, apparently. I do have trouble hearing, so them getting that one right was actually impressive. It's like, you guys, you're more psychic than I am. But again, let's see what we can do here for Destiny. How is the case going for Destiny? I'll draw 3 cards, just because this is a case of something that's a little more severe than wondering if someone likes you or something like that. So these ones get special exception. Okay. One more shuffle. All right, how is Destiny's case going to get her children back? Okay, so this is good here. I understand. You miss your kids so much. I get that. I can understand that that would be something that would be heart-wrenching. I get this card here, Journey in Reverse. This could be us feeling like, it's kind of like we're walking on a treadmill, but we never get anywhere, right? Because it's a treadmill. If we actually got somewhere by walking on a treadmill, then you're doing it wrong. But in this instance here, this is saying that whatever it is that we're working towards, it could feel like we're walking backwards when we should be moving forward. And it could feel like there's a lot of red tape. It could feel like there's a lot of situations that just feel like it's a lot. It's the best way I can describe it. It just feels like a lot. And that to me would be something that would be obviously very difficult. Because it shouldn't be something that's so hard, but yet when there's another party involved, everything becomes much more convoluted. But then I get these two cards here. I get Goddess of the Moon, and I get Man holding a heart. Okay, these two cards right here, Destiny, I'm going to say that it's going to go in your favor. Hopefully it's this year. I'm hoping it's this year that things start to really move along, but it does feel like things can start to move in your favor. Just, you got to give it some time. And during this process, even though this is really difficult, you need to stay as calm as possible. I know that you're in a situation where you're wanting something very badly to come in here, but we need to be in a place where we can be rational about this. Not saying you're not rational. I'm just saying when it comes to kids, when it comes to this, yeah. My last time seeing them was ill. See y'all next week, and that week never came. I see. Okay, I'm so sorry, Destiny. But it does look like you're going to have it does look like, I feel like you're ultimately going to be seeing your children, and I'm hoping it's this year. I really am, but that's kind of what I'm seeing. So keep doing what it is that you're doing, and remain as calm as you can, even though, again, this is hard to deal with. I understand there's pain. I understand there's hurt. But if you want to really be there for your kids and you want to show people how you are, we have to be calm as much as we can, even though it's a dreadful situation. But does that help you, Destiny? Hopefully that gives you some insight. Okay, Mary, let me add you to the list here. Thank you for the donation. Okay. You're very welcome, Destiny. And I'm going to do Mary's reading right now. So let me do this. Let me go here. And let me do this. Yeah, Destiny, I'm wishing you all the best too. Okay, Mary. So you said who left the lighter in the car? Was it Wendy? Let's see. Did Wendy leave the lighter in the car? Did Wendy leave the lighter in the car? Couple more here. Did Wendy leave the lighter in the car? And then we'll do one more shuffle. Okay. So I'm getting this. I'm getting the Four of Wands in reverse. Okay. Then I'm getting the Two of Cups. Then I'm getting the World card in reverse. So if I'm looking at this, Mary, I would say it seems likely that someone else could have left the lighter. I'm not sure if it's Wendy, if it's this Wendy person, but it does feel to me like it's somebody else's lighter. So that's kind of what I'm feeling here. I'm sorry that's the case, but that's just what I'm getting. It does feel like it's somebody else's lighter. Wendy, I can try doing this here. Let me see if that's the case. Give me 1 second. Just to make sure I'm sure. So, hold on. Okay. You found a lighter that's not yours in your car and it's not your person's. Is Wendy a Sagittarius? Do you know? Or maybe a fire sign. I know it's a lighter, it's a fire sign, but I got Sagittarius energy coming in. So either we're dealing with someone who is a Sagittarius or has Sagittarius traits, but more in a negative way. Yeah, nice. Primarily, though, yeah, I would say it's someone else's lighter. Getting a feeling of Wendy or not, though, it does feel like it is someone else's lighter. I can't pinpoint the name, but yeah, it's not. Let me try one more time here. Maybe it could have been Angela's. It doesn't feel like it's Wendy's, as I'm trying to tune into it. Or maybe it's someone with a C name, like C something. I don't know. I was getting Sagittarius energy and then possibly a C or maybe a K name. I wish I could be more specific, but regardless, yeah, it's not your lighter, it's not your person's lighter, so yeah. And I'm sure you probably can't ask questions about it without it turning into a whole thing, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting there. So trust your gut on this, Mary, because I think you're onto something. And even if it's not, maybe. It sounds like there's a lot of people there, so even if it's not Wendy or Angela or Michelle, if it's anyone, you know, it seems kind of weird that the lighter's in your car, regardless. So that's what I'm feeling, though. So that's the situation I have. And the only reason I'm thinking that it's someone like that would be Four of Wands in reverse, which is foundations not being there, foundational construct not being there. Two of Cups being a possible relationship, and then the World card in reverse being things not moving according to plan, or things not moving forward in a way that feels good, is what I would say. And you're welcome, Mary, but yeah, that's what I've got. Okay. So is, and thanks again for the donation. Is S still there? Okay, perfect. You're still there. All right, what's coming towards you in the next 2 months? Okay. All right, after this, is anyone wanting to talk about manifestation? Let me know in the comments. I'm going to answer this question here, but I want to get a few people that are interested in the topic rather than me taking it over and talking about something people are not interested in. So you guys let me know. Use your keyboards or your phones and say that you would be interested. All right, so S, what's coming towards you in the next 2 months? Let's see. What's coming towards S in the next 2 months? All right, Cassandra says she wants to talk about it. Okay. Thank you, Cassandra. Let's see, what's coming towards you in the next 2 months? You're here to hear me. Awesome. Awesome, Cassandra. Well, we'll talk about it then. Let's see what we got for S in the next couple months. So here's what I got for you, S. We get the Seven of Pentacles in reverse. So basically, it feels to me like we're going to be choosing our investments wisely. Even if we don't have investments, it could be choosing where to place our time or choosing who we choose to associate with. Possibly, maybe even setting boundaries, making new friends, and getting rid of people that are no longer supportive in our life. That's what I'm feeling primarily, is going to be focusing on you, getting rid of what no longer works, and it's going to be like a spring cleaning. That's what this card is about. And so Seven of Coins upright, it's about kind of like reaping what you sow. And this person's clipping and they're getting the pentacles off of the bush there. I don't know, I've never planted a money tree, so I'm not sure how it works. I don't know if it's a bush or a shrub or a tree. But anyway, basically cultivate your connections wisely over the next 2 months and work on setting boundaries and being more firm and resolute in the way that you handle situations, right? Don't leave anything up to anybody else other than you when it comes to your life. Is going to be the primary thing that I feel is coming up for you, S. So that is, that's what I've got. It's not the most exciting reading, but honestly, when we get this under control, then other things can happen, right? So that's what I got for you. And thank you for being patient. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. And like I said, anyone else want to hear about manifestation? We got Cassandra that's interested, but, and you're welcome, S. We got Cassandra that's interested, but let's see if there's anybody else. I'll be back in just a second. Hey there, Ellen. Free readings are closed. Sorry. Well, I'm not sorry. They're just closed. But let me do this really quick. There we go. Actually, no. If they're free, no. Paid readings are open. Free readings are. All right. So we'll talk about manifestation here, and we'll focus on that. So primarily, when we're talking about manifestation, we're going to be focusing on a few key topics, okay? One of them being that we have to have an attitude of sort of like wanting what we already have. If that sounds kind of unusual, it's not that unusual of a concept. Basically, it just means being grateful for what we already have so that we can get more of the thing that we want, right? Awesome, Ellen. Good. So if we want what we already have, or we're happy with what we already have, we're grateful for it, it's easier for us to accumulate more of it. But on the opposite end of that spectrum, if we're someone who feels like we're always lacking, or we're the last in line, or we're always this, we're always that, and we have that victim mentality of always being picked on by the world, then we're going to attract more experiences where we're always picked on, and we will constantly tell ourselves, see, this is how it works. But it's because we've built up a kind of persona and identity surrounded around this victimhood, and it can make it so that it's really hard for us to see things for what they actually are, because that way of thinking is really hard to break. And especially when we've had events that happen in our life that make us think that that's the way life is, when it isn't. It's your perception of life. It is not how life is, right? Every person has a different perception. Nobody is right or wrong. But if we're putting ourselves in a victim mentality, we're only going to attract the things that Okay, Cassandra, you're very sweet. I appreciate that. Sometime I need a mod or something like that. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. You're good though, regardless. I'm doing this question because one person asked about it, and then you asked about it when I was bringing it up. So we're good. You don't have to pay me for this. I'm just going to be talking here, which is something I'm good at, if you guys didn't know. So essentially, with manifestation, we have to look at it, like I said, wanting what we already have, but then we have to focus on the actual manifestation process being this. So if we look at manifestation and we say something like, I want this, or I want that, okay, we're going to constantly be put in situations where we will want that thing, or we will want this thing, but we will not have it, okay? That's how manifestation works. If we're saying, I want this, I want that, then the universe will say, okay, we're going to put you in situations where you will want this and you will want that, but you won't have it, right? And so we have to use other terms and terminologies for it. Hey there, Gene. Welcome back to the channel. How was your weekend? So we use the terms. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. Okay. All right. There we go. My weekend was good. I watched me and my girlfriend watched a Nicolas Cage movie, and in classic Cage style, it was some crazy shit, But yeah, so it was good. It was really good. I did some more art. Maybe I'll show you guys that. But I'm talking about manifestation right now, and then we can focus on some other things here. But so essentially, we need to use the terms I am, I have, or I got, whatever it is. If we use the terms I and then we use another term like I have, even though we don't already have the thing that we're wanting, we're saying to the universe that we already have the thing that we want, and that way it gives it to us. And that's where manifestation, witchcraft, spell work, that's where all of that comes in. That's where all of that comes in. So spell work is essentially intention that's been guided towards an outcome, right? But we don't decide what the outcome is going to be. When we do spell work, we let things happen the way they're meant to happen. And if you try to force a spell to work the way you want it to work exactly, you're missing the point of spell work, okay? It's going to happen the way it needs to happen. It kind of goes in and it finds the cracks in whatever the universe has, and then it comes out on the other side, and boom, you have the item or the event that you wanted. But here's the other thing too. If we're trying to manifest something, and here's what I recommend more than anything else. If we're really wanting to manifest something, we do a grand ritual for it, okay? And the ritual is not for any other reason other than to put your mind into something. And if we get the conscious mind doing something, then the subconscious can start to work on its magic, right? But the conscious mind being busy with a ritual helps us to feel like, okay, this is something I can do. And like I said, it gives you something. So if we're talking about manifestation in, let me see here. We're talking about manifestation in the way of things appearing in front of us, things happening that way. It can happen that way, but a lot of times it can take a little bit of time. It's like the universe has to start with a very small snowflake, and then it rolls down a hill and it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger until it becomes this huge snowball, turns into an avalanche, and boom. Tomorrow night is an excellent night for manifesting wishes to come true because of the astrology. I'll have to do that then. I will have to do some work there. But that's essentially what we're looking at here. So primarily speaking, you want what you already have. You want to show that you're grateful. And no, I'm not a practitioner. I know about it. I don't do spell work that much, but I believe in it. It's just not something, it's not my expertise. I work with more of the psychic side, which that's what witchcraft is, but I work in more of the information psychic side. Whereas I feel like witchcraft is more like you're feeling the energies and you're deciding where to go, what to do, and how to do things. Not necessarily my expertise. But I do other things. So yeah, I just know a little bit about a lot of spiritual topics. I've spent a lot of time reading, and learning, and yeah, that's basically all I do is read and learn. Play video games every now and again, which is a lot. I'm trying to make it sound a lot smaller than it is. It's a big deal. But yeah, so that's kind of the situation there. Jupiter and Neptune will conjunct in Pisces. Gene, I wish I knew what all that meant. But essentially you're saying it's a good night for wishing for stuff. That's another area I'm not good in. I'm not good at astrology. And I'm not afraid to admit it. And Venus soon after. So this will bring in some good energy then, Gene, hopefully. Manifest, okay. Manifest energy. I gotta remember that. Definitely gotta remember to manifest. Tomorrow. But I was going to say this. So do a grand ritual for the thing that you want to get and have that be the end of it. Okay? The more you keep going back and revisiting your thoughts of manifestation, you're starting it from square one over and over and over again. You need to think about it, bring it into awareness, focus as much thought energy, as much psychic energy as you can. Smell it, taste it. whatever it happens to be, experience it in all the ways that you would want to experience, feel that excitement, and then let it go. Because if you keep thinking about it or you're wondering if it's working or not, it will not work, okay? The reason why it works is because you have faith that it is already done. Using the words "so mote it be" makes it so that it is already done, right? So we have to focus on that being kind of the foundation for this. We can't look at this in a way that is saying, I can keep thinking about it, I can keep sending manifestation energy, and the way I do it, the way I can understand it, and I'm guilty of going back and thinking about it, of course I am, I'm a human, but the way I like to do it is I do something and I just send it out, and then that's it. I try to forget about it, I try to let the universe do what it needs to do, and generally speaking, things can start to move and things can start to happen, but we have to trust that the universe is going to do that, and if as soon as we start questioning if the universe is going to do it, then we're going to be given the law of attraction where we're going to have more questions about the universe doing the thing that we want to do. So look at it that way, where when we doubt, it makes it so that the universe says, well, I'll give you more things to doubt then. I'll give you more things to doubt. You'll have more experiences where you're wondering if the universe is working for you. You'll basically, so think of it like that. Does that make sense, guys? Yes, Gene, absolutely. Now, let's talk about this as well, okay? So, let's talk about manifestation, how it works and how it doesn't work, okay? Let's say you wanted to, I'll use, you wanted to get in shape, right? And for me, round is a shape, because I'm a little round. That's okay. We all have a little cushion. Anyway, but let's say that that's something that we wanted to do. We wanted to manifest something. We wanted to be in shape, all right? You can think about it. You can send it out there. You can do that all that you want. But if you take no action to making your life better, that's going to make it so the universe, you need to meet the universe halfway sometimes. Okay, if you're attracting money to yourself, if you're wanting to do something, you're attracting money, you want to have a job that pays well, but yet you never put out a resume. You never do anything to help it along. That makes it so the universe isn't going to do it for you. Sometimes if you're a really good manifester, it can work out that way, but most of the time if we're talking about this, especially if you're new at this, focus on allowing the energy and helping it along a little bit, not doubting it. Right, you have to show you're making the effort to get what you deserve. Absolutely, absolutely. And let's say you wanted a new car. Okay, let's use that as an example. You wanted a new car, but your garage that you currently have is full of shit. Like it's just completely full, and a new car couldn't even fit in there if you got one. So a good thing to do, a good preemptive strike, so to speak, is going to be taking out that stuff, selling it, doing whatever we need to do, and making space for something new, a new car, a new wardrobe, whatever it happens to be. Focus on clearing out the things that you don't need anymore, and then you can attract more energy that's positive towards you. Seriously, being a clutter hound isn't going to help us. You can have as many items as you want. It's not about that, but it's about having things that are serving no purpose being there. You never look at, you never use, you never do anything with it. It's kind of like, well, get rid of that thing, or maybe someone else can use it. Someone else can get some joy out of it, if that's the case. So, with that being said, that's kind of the universal way that we can start manifesting. You can also do manifestation if you can have lucid dreams. You can do manifestations in your dreams, and that can actually be a very powerful thing. Because there's different areas that we can have expertise in. one of them supposedly, and again, this is not firsthand knowledge, this is just knowledge, things that I've read, but there's different, well, yeah, Oprah always seems to get what she wants no matter what. Well, but she had to reach a certain point, right? You're absolutely right, though. I agree with that, Gene. Oprah is the exception to the rule. There has to be one of those. She's one of them lucky few, you could say. But, so let's take this into consideration here. So, man, where was I? Where the hell was I? I lost track of something. Oh, it went out the window. Oprah always messes me up, and so it's kind of one of those things. Damn it, what was it? Can anyone remember the last thing I said? Because I can't. Well, think of it this way, Cassandra. The word spelling, right? It's a word, but it's also spelling. So spelling, right? That is using spells, right? Words definitely do have power. They do have that magic to them. But I can't remember what I was saying. So we'll circle back, and just like an old man, I will eventually get to where I'm going to and have my aha moment. It's going to take me a second, though. Okay. Okay, perfect. Awesome, Gene. Thank you. Okay. All right, so yes, like what Gene told me that I said is true. Thank you, Gene, for remembering. Apparently, I tune out when I talk, and so it's kind of hard for me to follow along sometimes. So, make room for what you want, absolutely, but also make an effort for what you want. There you go. Yes, Gene. Perfect. Perfect analogy there. But the space that you free up when we have gathered a lot, it makes it so that we are attached. We have little strands of energy that are attached to anything we pay attention to, or the things that we don't pay attention to. And you'll notice that when you clean stuff, like when you really clean stuff, you do a deep cleaning, you'll notice you feel better. And it's not because the space is necessarily, disinfected or whatever. It's because you're getting rid of things that aren't pulling on that energy anymore, right? Because there can be things that are in your house that every time you look at it, you feel guilty. That exercise bike that you bought for $3,000, it's now being used as a very expensive coat rack and maybe a place that you eat cake on every now and again. I like to challenge the rules, so I eat cake on an exercise bike. That's kind of my thing. But, you guys can do you. But regardless, we do have to make room for what it is that we want in life. And we can't just wait for things to happen. That doesn't mean we force anything either, though. That's where it's kind of confusing. But think of the law of attraction like this. Okay? Here's an analogy. Maybe you guys can kind of grab onto this one. The law of attraction is like holding a baby bird in your hands, okay? If you're holding the baby bird gently in your hands like this, that baby bird would hopefully be fine. They tend to be fickle, baby birds. I've never been able to have one that lives through the night, because it's like, I guess it's their time to go. But anyway, if you imagine that you're holding a baby bird and you don't want to squish that baby bird, what is it that you would do? You would nurture it, you would take care of it, and then when the time comes, you let it fly. So that's the same way as manifesting. You nurture it, you take care of it, you think about it, you build up the psychic energy, and when the time comes, you let it fly. And it's supposed to fly. It's supposed to do that. That's kind of the whole thing. I'm here. I know you said... I'm here. I know you said you would not be on for a while. No, Chantel, we can do that for you. Let's do that really quick. I've got room. I'm just talking about manifestation and stuff like that. So let's look, Chantel, and see. Okay. So let's do a 1 card for this new Pisces. So, you're wondering if this new Pisces would allow others to create doubts in him towards you. Okay, let's look at that. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I'm going to read the question one more time here. Is this new Pisces... Okay, would this new Pisces allow others to create doubts in them towards you? Okay, let's do that. One more shuffle here. Unfortunately, it does look like Jean's right. I get the Heartbreak card, 3 of Swords. So it does look like that Pisces wishy-washiness, having a hard time making a decision at times. Pisces can be absolutely wonderful, beautiful people, but they can also have that wishy-washy energy, have difficulty making decisions, and they do tend to be influenced quite easily depending on circumstances. So the way I put it is like this. If someone's meant to be with you, Chantel, then they're meant to be with you, whatever that may be. But if someone is looking at something where they're doubting this or they're doing that and they're listening to other people or they're listening to hearsay, rumors, or whatever it happens to be, then that's on them. They should be smart enough to understand what's real and what isn't, and they should come and talk to you instead of just believing whatever it is that they hear. Again, it's a dumb person. If you're dealing with somebody like that, they're not very smart. They need to make up their own mind. They need to have their own decisions. If you're just listening to rumors and that's it, and you're taking those to be truth, I'm sorry, but you're kind of slow, right? And that needs to be something where you ask the person, or you just don't give a shit and you don't look into it and you don't assume anything of that person. If you're not going to ask them, at least just be like, okay, and then move on. So that's what I'm seeing there, Chantel. Does that resonate? Okay, Chantel says, okay, I've not made an introduction yet, but I'm trying to see how I can remove those hidden people from causing this. Exactly, I was just going to say the same thing. If we have to fight for someone to like us, or if we have to do this, I get that there's hidden people, there's people that sabotage things, but we shouldn't have to fight to prove who we are or to prove that we're worth it. Or try to get these people to come out of the woodwork, right? As soon as you start doing that, Chantel, it becomes something where we let other people control us and how it is that we view what's going on. You shouldn't have to fight for any of this kind of stuff. There you go, Gene. Absolutely. Absolutely. PayPal works, Toby. PayPal or Cash App or Super Chat, whatever would work for you. So look down here, Toby. Depending on what you're wanting to do, the higher the price, the more money I ask for or the higher the price. You get more information the higher the price. So it's up to you on what you would want to do, but more cards means more information. And so you tell me what you would want to do, but the prices are listed right there. Hey, Gene, I have a question for you, and maybe this is an inappropriate question. You can say you don't feel comfortable talking about it if you don't feel comfortable talking about it. The really big channels that you moderate for, how much on average would you say they make when they do their lives? Like, we talking 300 or 400, or is it more than that? I'm just curious, because, yeah. And maybe you don't keep track of that stuff anyway, but just fascinated with it. Trying to get this going here. There we go. Oh, there we go. Perfect. That's a good point, Gene. That is a good point. Okay, so let's do this, and I can show you guys a little bit of the artwork I was doing. Man, Gene, and they probably don't even go as long as I do, right? Do they only go like 2 or 3 hours? 500 to 1,000, that's crazy. Damn. Wow. I had a suspicion, but I wasn't entirely sure. Okay, so I'll show you some of these that I was doing here. Okay. You've seen people donate $1,000? Jeez. Yeah, I've noticed that. Tyler's Tarot doesn't do personals. He just does the signs and then gets out of Dodge, you know what I mean? So I can... That's crazy to me. That kind of money is ridiculous. Jeez. Eventually, I'd want to just be able to teach, but I got to build up this channel to get to that point where I can teach, and I'm still learning anyway, so it's a good time to branch out, you know? I saw that today, again, on Tyler's Tarot. I was watching it, and someone donated $150, and I mean, I was like, damn. Yeah, that's crazy. Some people, though, they have a ridiculous amount of money. I was some Twitch streamers, right? And I know YouTube isn't Twitch, but there's some Twitch streamers that get these princes from, I guess it's like Saudi Arabia or wherever, and they'll follow them, and the princes give like $5,000 at a pop, or they were. I don't know if they hard capped that. I heard Twitch kind of buckled down on that, but Tyler gets over 1K frequently. Yeah, I would assume so. And yeah, man. How long have I been doing this? So these streams here I've been doing for about a year, and I started in October of last... Actually, it might have been 2 years now. It might be 2 years. One person donated $1 million to a Twitch streamer. Damn. Wow, that's insane. I had one person donate $400 to me once. Didn't say anything. Didn't say a damn thing. They just kept donating and donating and donating and donating. I haven't seen him since. Weirdest thing. Oh, he was doing a stream to help St. Jude's Hospital. Oh, okay. Well, then $1 million donation in that's cool. That's really cool. And thank you, Gene. I appreciate that. Florencia, you've seen it too? Well, maybe you guys can help me here. What do you feel like is on the channel that needs improvement? On gaming. Yeah, gaming, it's ridiculous. My mom and dad always said, video games will never make you money. And here we are. Tarot is growing on Twitch. You say it's growing in Twitch? That's not bad. That might not be a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, that's what's ridiculous. And absolutely, Cassandra, you're right. It takes time to grow these things. I get that. I can understand that. But if we can do something to boost the growth, right? That would be good. But regardless, it is growing. We're making some strides here, so I am happy with it, honestly. You have only 11 subs right now, but you just started your channel a few months ago. And it takes time. I mentioned something where, and I think this is absolutely true. So now that I've gotten to 5,000 subscribers, the subs come a little bit easier, right? But there for a while, they did not. I mean, when I first started out, I was making videos for ones of people. Not tens, not hundreds. You know, there was one person or two people max, and that took years for me to start building it up to where it is now. Promoting on social media wouldn't be bad either. The only thing is I don't use social media. I feel like it is, and pardon me for saying this, and hey there, Sia. I feel like there is, I feel like social media is a poison on society. It's the dopamine slot machine. You go onto social media and you're just looking for that dopamine fix, and then you're not motivated to do anything yourself because you've already had the fix, right? And it can just, and there's a lot of stuff that makes you feel unwell. I think you need more promotion on IG. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Again, I don't use any of the social media stuff. So tarot is growing on Twitch. There's a guy who has had his tarot channel on YouTube for 10 years, but he still only has like 40K subs, but he makes about $100 per live, and he only goes on for an hour. That's good money for an hour. You can stream both at the same time. Yes, you can. Oh man, you're right, I could stream both at the same time. Yeah, it does. I'm with Gina. It gets confusing, and not only that, I'll be talking with one person, and then, I'll be talking with one person over here, and then another person over here, and then it's like, okay, I have an invisible list that these people over here can't see, and then I have an invisible list that these people over here can't see. It's not bad, though. It's not a bad idea. It's just the confusing element, right? Yeah, everything happens through IG. I agree with that. TikTok is good too. I wish it wasn't TikTok. But if it's a good choice, maybe I have to suck it up. Your friend makes so much on TikTok and she only goes on for an hour. That's awesome. I'm really wanting to... TikTok has so many fake readers. I can only imagine. Yeah, Florencia, it is a good way to promote. Advertise at Twitter and TikTok. Yeah. Caps her list to 20 readings per live. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea, actually. I gotta get 1,000 followers on TikTok first, though. And Chantel, your idea that's a good one too. Collective reads on live stream for Wednesdays. It's not a bad idea. Are we talking about someone showing us deck pics? BDE, Big Deck Energy? That's not a bad idea, Chantel. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Hey, Raven, how's it going? I'm going to show you guys some of these pics here. Yeah, that's the right one. Good to see you too, Raven. Why is that going up like that? There we go. There we go. That's what I was wanting to do, Gene. I was wanting to do it kind of like that. Just because I want to teach more than anything. And I feel like I need to do this part first to build up an audience, and then I can do some teaching. Okay. So you guys already know what it is. It's a flower. What do you think of this one? And then I got this one. Thank you, Gene. I appreciate that. And then let's do this one. Oh, Raven got a new deck. Let me look here. I'm just going to show you guys this one too. I've already used the design in the center on something before, but I just like the way that one looks. Okay, so let's look at... So Raven said, I got a gorgeous tarot deck this Saturday called Orion's Animal Tarot. Ooh. I love a good tarot deck. I need to get more of them. I feel like it takes me a little bit of time to break them in, you know? I'm thinking that's normal, but... It's all animals. Gene, I need to ask you, how the hell do you know so much about everything? I mean, you seem to have knowledge on the like pulse of the tarot community, and then you know everything that's happening. I'm impressed. The Dark Mansion Tarot. Ooh, that sounds good. I did Patreon. Patreon's a good choice. I need to give people something for the Patreon stuff, and it's not a bad idea, though. Let's do this. Gene, you own almost every mass-produced tarot deck. Wow. How many do you have in your collection? Would you say? There we go. We combined both of them to make an ultimate symbol of something. Ooh, I love Tim Burton aesthetic. Try the ones called Mercury cards or Barbie cards. Maybe I could do... I've got some ideas. Maybe I need to do that. I think I have about, between me and my girlfriend, I think we have about maybe 20 tarot decks, maybe. 300. You haven't, man, that's amazing. Do you have this one? You know what? I'm going to do this. What deck is this one? Just, I'm curious, Gene, if you have, because this is my favorite deck. This right here, I never use it because the cards are like super high quality and they're really hard to shuffle. Okay, so this one is the True Black Tarot. You need to look at these cards. They are absolutely gorgeous. Awesome. Perfect, Raven. Okay, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to use the True Black Tarot cards for Raven. And thank you again, Raven. Super appreciated. Let me get this art off the screen here. Let's do that. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do some more teaching. Do some classes in the future. All right, let's do this for Raven. So, I'll show you guys a True Black Tarot deck. And so this is what the deck looks like. Let me write this stuff down. Did you have a specific question, Raven, or is it just kind of a general? Okay, let me do this really quick. And Yeah, Tim Burton is awesome. He's got some really inventive ideas. Yes, thank you so much, Raven. As Jean said, I'm going to write your name down just so I've got it in the paid list. And let's see what we can come up with here. So here's what I did. I kind of made it so the lower price went up $1. Okay, so it's no longer $2 for 2 cards, it's $3 for 3 cards. But then instead of it being 4 cards for $5, it's 6 cards for $6, right? So I feel like ultimately you guys are getting a better deal, and I'm adding more cards, but only $1 added on. And then the $9.99 option is either 2 questions or 1 big question, right? If you like wanting the details, the deets, as the kids say. Yeah. There's Trixie in the background. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Raven. That's very sweet. So let's use these cards here, and you guys can see what these look like, because these are beautiful. And if you look at this, so here's a tarot deck right here. That's a full tarot deck. This is the Fountain Tarot. Beautiful cards. Love them. Okay, but then let's take these cards, and then let's compare the size of this deck. Okay. It's like quite a bit bigger. Like if you look at the... I'm not doing a very good job comparing, but these cards are thick as hell. They're super hard to shuffle, but they're beautiful. So without further ado, did you have a question, Raven, or just kind of a general? I'm going to do my best to shuffle these cards. I mean, look, they're so thick, I can barely bend them to shuffle. Like... The GSM card, what is the GSM? Gene. The Light Sears is pretty, ooh, I like the way that one sounds. Light Sears. Okay, let's do that. How are your finances going to be the rest of the month? So let's do this for you, Raven. Let's do 3, no. Okay, so we've got this week, which is the 11th to the 18th. I'm trying to think. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do 6 cards, and we're going to do 2 weeks for each of the 2 cards. So we're going to do a month and a half. So we'll look at your... Trixie. Oh, she's being cute. Anyway. All right, let's do it here. Oh, let me do this. So... Oh, grams per square meter. It's the weight and thickness of the cardstock. I think you would really like the light series. I don't know anyone who doesn't. The imagery is beautiful. I might need to. Oh yeah, Trixie's adorable. She is so cute. Trixie. You can see her hanging out back there. Very, very adventurous at this age. Okay. Awesome, Chantel, you're on to the new pricing. Perfect. Perfect. Let's do one more shuffle here. Mass produced after a Kickstarter and sells for about 20 on Amazon. Okay, I might need to grab them then. I'll have to look into it. Light Sears. Hey Charlene, how's it going? All right, my foot was falling asleep there. Okay. Oh man. Okay, how will Raven's finances be these next 2 weeks? Okay, so take a look at these cards, guys. Both of these are in reverse, but we'll put them straight up for you guys to see. So, and if you look, the card stock is, I don't know what you call that. It's a different texture. You can see the shiny part. So they're beautiful cards. So we have the Hierophant and the 9 of coins in reverse. So Hierophant and the 9 of coins in reverse. So it could be this. We could have this kind of situation going on here. So hear me out. Hear me out. We could have these first 2 weeks, maybe we're making money in a more non-traditional way, or maybe we're finding new ways to make money. Maybe that can be difficult at times. It feels like if we hold on, Raven, hold on. No, there's no need. There's no need for no. Not yet. Not yet. If we get the Santa Claus card, though, you know you're messed up. You know it's just not going to be good. He's a mean guy. He doesn't like the tarot. It's not his thing. But other than that, these are not bad cards. The Hierophant in reverse is doing things non-traditionally. That's not a bad card. In fact, people should question traditions. They should be like, why the hell do we do that? And then someone's like, I don't know. We've always done it that way. And then they stop doing it. Okay? That needs to be something that comes up more often. But then we have the 9 of Pentacles, or the 9 of coins in reverse. Trixie? Trixie, honey? She can lay almost completely flat. If you guys can look at her now, she's not laying, she's not doing it now, but she is adorable. And she sleeps with her, well, I have a picture of it. Sorry, Raven, I'm gonna get to your reading, trust me, but I have a picture of her that's really cute. Well, first there's this one, right? Oh, thank you, Charlene. Wow, thank you so much. So take a look at this one, and yeah, hold on one sec. Awesome, Charlene, you will be after Raven Wind. Thank you so much. Okay. Here is the... Yo, Trixie's adorable. But look at how she lays, and she falls asleep this way. Well, thank you, Charlene. You're very sweet. So she does it like this, and she falls asleep. So her legs, her paws are both in front, and then she lays like that. And it's really cute. And she does stuff like that all the time. She just lays down in these weird ways, and she'll look at you upside down, and she does this thing where she was looking at me the other day. She was upside down, and I was just like, and she lets you pet her belly and play with her paws. A little bit with playing with the paws. Cats are kind of weird that way, but I was looking at her, and she does this thing where she looks in both of your eyes, which is really weird because cats normally kind of just stare at you, but she looks for a soul in you, and it's cute. Kind of unnerving at times, though. But I was looking up at her. She had her arms up like this, and I was looking at her left paw, and then right after I looked at her left paw, she put her eyes up there too and was looking at her left paw, and then it was just weird. Like she's very smart, and she's super, super sweet. Okay, so let's do Raven's reading, and then we got Charlene's reading, so let's do it. All right, so let's look at these cards here. The next 2 weeks after that... Oh, and I was going to say this, Raven. The 9 of coins in reverse could be that we're relying, or we're being codependent on something or someone that could be taking away our independence, right? So that could be something that we're dealing with. So maybe we're looking at getting out. We're looking at doing something, and I feel like we just need to wait a little bit more here. So then we have this. We have the three of Swords in reverse. I don't view that as a bad card at all. And then we have the Page of Coins, also in reverse. So we're working on building up a foundation, Raven. But I feel like there's this tendency to really question ourselves in everything that we do. Why do we question so much, right? Why do we question it? Why can't we just let it be? It feels to me like things are working well for you, but we're waiting for the other shoe to drop, or things are building up. Let them build up. Let them continue to build. Let them continue to bear fruit, if you will. And I feel like that's going to be something that takes time to understand that there can be something there for you that can help you. But money, finances, it takes time to build. And especially if we're doing stuff that's more work from home, it does. It takes time and it takes effort. The effort part, I don't think you have a problem with, but it's waiting that I feel like you have a problem with. And I get that. I can understand that. I can. Does anyone like those, they're Mother's cookies, and they're the animal cookies that have the frosting, and they're pink and white and good. I haven't had some in a minute. And every now and again, if you get the little snack packs, you'll just get something where you pull it apart and it looks like all the animals just had a good time in the bag and they just kind of are stuck together, all of them. And then, has anyone tried gummy Coke? Nastiest gummy flavored thing I've ever tried. Oh, it was gross. Okay, let's move on to week number... Oh, and this one right here. So, this is week number 2, or week number 4. They're good. Look up Mother's Cookies. It looks gross. Yeah. Gummy Cola is nasty. The Mother's Cookies, delicious. I promise you guys. It's a brand. Like, they do a bunch of other cookies too. But get the individual snack packs if you can. Anyway. We're on week 3. We're on week 4. Okay, and then we have week 6, right? So if we're on week 3, let's do this here. So this is the next 2 weeks. 3 of Swords in reverse, Page of Coins in reverse. 3 of Swords is working through what's blocking us. If it's in reverse, it's working through what's blocking us. I see the 3 of Swords in reverse like we're working on undoing sabotaging behavior, right? We're working on moving through some deceptuous energy, okay? And we're going to find something that isn't as demanding. I feel like we're going to be looking at things in a way where there's more balance and less imbalance. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. But Raven, that's what I'm seeing here. So the Page of Coins in reverse it's going to be a slow build up with wealth. It's going to be something that can take some time because the coins, when they're in reverse, it's a slow process. It's like a trickle, right? Occasionally you'll get bursts of income, but right now its default is more of in a trickling way, but it's going to get stronger and stronger and stronger over time. The Grand Canyon, it started with one single drop of water. I mean, that's what I've heard. And then it turned into the Grand Canyon. And it still keeps going. Still keeps going. So, it's about the journey, not the destination. I'm sorry about that weird little piece of hair sticking out, but it's going to stay right there because it gives me an edge. So there you go. All right, let's do this here. Okay, so then we have week 6, right? So we did a baby hair. Oh, it's the babiest. Completely hairless everywhere, you guys, except for the face. And this took time. This took time. I look like a shaved baby everywhere else. But let's look at this here. So then on week 6, thank you, Raven. That's very sweet. On week 6, we get 5 of Wands and the Empress in reverse. So these two cards right here, and I'll show you. Oh, that one's upright. That's what they look like upright. No. Camera mirrors things. Ah, damn it. There we go. So that's the Empress when they're upright. Beautiful cards, honestly. Really nice card. It's an expensive as hell deck, but it's a really nice deck. Okay. So if I see this Empress in reverse and the 5 of Wands, we have competition with ourselves. I'm getting rid of that baby hair. Nope, you're going away. There it is. It's still sticking out. I'll pull off my eyebrows too. I have no reason to keep them on my face anymore. So, Empress in reverse with the 5 of Wands. Your finances, Raven, I feel like your finances are going to be fine, but you need to be fine too, right? We need to have something where you believe in yourself and your products and what it is that you're doing. And whatever it is that you want to do, if we have that belief, we can focus on the manifestation of more things to come. But if we keep thinking that things are going to end up badly, or we keep thinking that it just won't work out, or what if this happens, what if that happens, take it day by day, see what's going on. And even if the worst case scenario does happen, it's okay. It doesn't, we keep going, we keep trying, and we'll be just fine. And I'm not saying the worst case scenario is going to happen, but I'm saying I feel like we beat ourselves up for things that aren't in our control. And then we get upset when things kind of start not working the way we want them to. Keep going the way you're going. You will be absolutely fine. And you'll be better than fine, but you got to believe in what you're doing. Because your products are good. The way that you handle yourself is good. We just need to work on building up more of a clientele or a customer base. And then you're golden. And that can happen over time. So that's kind of the area I'm looking at there. Does that make sense, Raven? Oh, man. Okay. Does this make sense? We're Cheshireshire. We're Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire sauce. I don't know how to say it. One of these days I'm going to get it, and then I'll immediately lose it. I'm glad, Raven, that made sense. I'm going to do Charlene's reading, and thank you so much for paying, Raven. I appreciate that immensely. Okay, let's do that then. Let's do that. And then we'll move on to Charlene's. Okay, do I feel like your bill will be paid by the end of the month? Just your feeling. The big one. Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire sauce. Yeah, that doesn't sound right. Worcestershire. Worcestershire. Worcestershire sauce. Is that how you say it? You had to get supplies and the bill turned out bigger than expected. Okay, so let's look at that for you, Raven. Is it okay if I tune into your energy? That's closer. It's as good as it's going to get for me, guys. That's how you say it in Australia. Ah, okay. Okay. Worcestershire? Worcestershire? Gene, I'm sorry. It's like trying to teach an old dog new tricks. Or it's like when my girlfriend tries to teach me to do the floss dance from the Katy Perry video. I still have no idea how to do it. You go like this, and you move, and you go like that, and you move. I can't do it. I can't dance worth a damn. I've tried. I've got 2 left feet, 2 left legs. My hips are weird. They do lie frequently. They're just not good. That's how it's supposed to be pronounced. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see what we can come up with for Raven. And then we'll go from there. Will Raven be able to pay the bill, the big one? The big bill. Hey, Yosh. Yeah, buddy. We'll go to bed soon. He's the one that sleeps with me. My cat is the one that sleeps with me. Don't make it weird, guys. Come on. Okay, so let's do this for Raven. He knows I'm going to tune in, and whenever I do psychic work, he's right there. Come here. Oh. There we go. There we go, buddy. All right. He looks just like me. And he is also scared of the sun. So, here's that. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Oh. Isn't he cute? He's a good boy. Ah. Yoshi. Come on. No. I know you want to go up there, but no. So first thing there you go. You can see the resentment. I'm going to set you down now, buddy. I do love you. very much. But I gotta do this. He's like a little gray tiger. Or a Worcestershire cat. Cheshire cat. But with gray fur. Worcestershire. First thing I saw, Raven, was it's kind of like this fruit salad thing. I know it looks like I'm wafting a fart. I'm not. There's cat hair in the air. I'm not doing that. All right, so let's do this here. It was like a fruit salad, and it felt like it seemed good. It seemed legit. So I would say yes. I feel like it's going to be fruitful. I do feel like you'll be able to pay the bill. That stinks that it's higher than you thought it was going to be, but at the same time, I do feel like you'll be able to pay it. So it looks okay to me if I'm going on my end, because the fruit salad, yeah. There we go. Okay. Just keeping an eye on him. Okay. Hopefully that helps answer that question for you, Raven. Yeah, it feels like it's going to be fruitful. I feel like you're going to be okay. So, fingers crossed, toes crossed, and eyes crossed. Just for you guys. All right, so let's do this. Charlene, are you still there? Sorry it took me a minute. You're very welcome. Very, very welcome. Yoshi? Yeah, don't do that. Come on. Come over this way. Come here. He is adorable, guys. Awesome. Charlene is here. Perfect. So we'll do this. And we'll spice it up a little bit. So I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to go, hold on. Let's do this one. There we go. All right, Charlene, I'm going to go up and read your question again. And we'll go from there. Okay, he's playing with his toy, so that's good. Oh, there we go. I was going to say it wasn't loading. Okay, does Spirit have... All right. So does Spirit have any messages for Charlene, what's coming towards you? Charlene, would it be okay if I connected with your energy as well? I tend to do better when I have a connection, if you know what I mean. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Let's see. Not even gonna lie, that scared the shit out of me. Sometimes when I close my eyes, the lights, in the way I perceive them, I'll see shadows move in front of my eyes in front of the lights. That one, though, felt like it was a really big shadow, and normally they're small. So that scared me a little bit. That light just goes out. Need to connect it to my Wi-Fi. Anyway, let me do this here. First thing I'm seeing is it's like I feel like I'm focused on this white and red umbrella. And it feels like it's protecting me from the rain. But the rain, in this instance, it's a light drizzle. I don't feel like you would need an umbrella for it. You're having an umbrella, and it feels like it's overkill. So I feel like there's a sense of protection with you, white and red umbrella. And this could be something where I feel like we want to appear in a way like we appear strong or we appear tough to people, even though there's a sense of like letting our guard down, letting people in. I feel like you are a people person, Charlene, when they're respectful, when they're nice. But there's been instances where that hasn't always been the case. So I can understand if you're a little put off by certain energies. I get that. Nothing wrong with that. Okay? I'll be honest with me. I said that. I don't know why. I usually am honest with myself. I'll be honest with you. Okay? There are so many people that ask so much of our energy, our psychic, our whatever, our spirit energy, whatever you'd want to call it. And it's a really good idea to only let a select few people in there in the first place. I'm serious. It seems like everyone should have access to it, but then you realize everyone can be an asshole. And you got to choose which asshole casserole you want to eat tonight. Basically, everyone's going to be an asshole at some point to you in a relationship. Are you willing to stick it out? Okay. So let me see what else I get here. Okay, so Charlene, I got one of the things here is I'm getting a fridge. So it's a fridge, its door's open, the fridge is empty, and it's an older fridge. And so what I'm seeing with this is that there can be a tendency to take care of other people's needs but not rely on ourselves. I feel like we can handle other people's things, whatever's going on, but when it comes to us handling ourselves, it seems like we're lacking. Like we go to the fridge, it's empty, but everyone else gets to eat first. And so that to me is saying that you need to have more boundaries and you time for sure, but also it's okay. It's okay to have that. The boundaries are super, super important. So let me go back here. There we go. One sec as I get this going. Okay, so let's see what else we can get here. Okay. Have you thought about, I'm just going to throw this one out there. Have you thought about moving to Colorado or around there? Charlene? I had this feeling of Colorado being something. I don't know if you're planning on moving or if you're thinking of moving, but there was something about Colorado. They've legalized the stuff there. I think you know what stuff I'm talking about, guys. Let's see. Thinking about moving to Georgia. That's not Colorado. Damn it. Well, I did get you were thinking about moving. So, that's good. Let's see here. You know what I mean, Cassandra, the good stuff. And the wacky tobacco. They should legalize it nationwide. They always get past it, or not always, but it seems like they get past the first stage. Maybe it's only happened once before, but I remember it being close to coming into whatever, and it didn't. Yeah. You're very connected because when you mentioned the fridge, I just got a glass of milk out of it. Ah, okay. Makes sense then. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Let's see here. Seen a bunch of interesting imagery. How long has it been since you've been to the dentist? Is there anything going on with your teeth, Charlene? Are you needing to go to the dentist or get something done? I know I need to get my checkup at the dentist. Oh, but I don't like having a guy's hands in my mouth. You have a slight toothache. Maybe look at getting that checked out if you can. And both the fridge and Colorado are cold. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Colorado gets really cold. Oh yeah, New York gets cold. New York is. Whew. Let's see what else we can come up with here. I saw you being given. I saw you being given a torch, and then you're given these roses from somebody. It feels like there could be a big event coming up, but I'm not sure what it is. I almost saw it like you were. It looked like a talent show or a pageant or something, but the torch was being passed on, and so I'm wondering if you're gonna maybe inherit something, or I'm wondering if you're going to. I don't know if there's a family business or something that's going to be coming up, but it's like I was seeing the torch being handed to you. I was seeing these flowers being handed. One of the hottest states is Arizona, is pretty hot. Nevada, Las Vegas, Nevada has Death Valley, and it gets to like 140 something degrees Fahrenheit, which in Celsius is I don't know because I'm an American. I'm just going to own the fact that I have no idea. And then you guys measure things in stones and chunks or something. I don't know. But yeah, it gets really hot in Death Valley. It gets hot in Utah too, though, and then we have freaky looking bugs. Yeah, it gets weird. Let's see. The inherited part you agree with. Okay. Okay. Oh, your daughter's dad passed away and he owns the property where you're in. You're putting it up for sale. Okay. Okay, so that would make sense. Okay. All right. Let's see what else we can get here. All right. So what does Charlene need to know from Spirit specifically? I feel like we're tuned in. And so I do a little bit of that preemptive work, and then we can do that. Do I talk to people who have passed on? Yes, I do. I do, depending on the circumstance, or depending on, yeah, I can do it. But if I ever do a mediumship session with somebody, at least at this point in time in my career, right, I would do it in a way that's not through here. It would be a private session, and if I'm not able to connect, I would just refund you the money. Just because I don't feel like it's fair to take the money. I'm still practicing, I'm still learning, but I can do it, yes. I've done it on here a few times. I don't like to do it on here though, but I've gotten some good information. I've gotten some evidential readings, so yeah, I do. I do the mediumship, so yeah. Well, we might have to set something up, Charlene. I don't even offer them on my site. If you're interested, you can email me, and then I can give you a price. And like I said, if I'm not able, no, they're not even available on my site. I would only work with somebody I felt comfortable with, and you seem like a nice person. I like your vibe. If you would want to do work together, we definitely could kind of see what we could come up with. But other reading options are available from my website, but the mediumship is something that I'm still still kind of tender on. So, but we could try. Awesome, Charlene. Okay, so let's do this and see what we can come up with here. So, what else do we have? Email is right here, so I'm just typing it out here. I'll get that light fixed tomorrow. By tomorrow, I should say. Thank you, Jean, for doing that. Awesome, Charlene, awesome. Okay, so let's do this here. See what we can come up with. So I saw this, it's like I was seeing a hand, and from the hand there were these, like knife fingers, kind of like Freddy Krueger in a way, but much more delicate or elegant looking. But it was like these blades, and the person was doing this with their fingers. And it feels to me like maybe you have a tendency where people trust you with things that you don't want to know. And I feel like you hold it in and you keep the secrets, you do stuff like that. But there's a part of you that doesn't want to be a part of any of that. So I'm wondering if you deal with secretive people and they're like hiding stuff from other people. I'm curious if there's anything going on like that, because it's like I'm seeing these fingers moving and it feels very like there's no noise, there's no sound. It just feels like it's this tenting of these fingers, and it feels like you're holding on to. Okay, so yeah, that would make sense. Okay. You want to be there for people, Charlene. I get that you want to be there for people. A certain person tells you dark things. Okay, so that would make sense. That would make sense. And you're not asking for these dark things. You're not asking for these kinds of things, and it probably unnerves you, I would imagine, because you're privy to something that you're like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to have any part of this. So that makes sense. Let's see. So I'm seeing you with it's like you have a pot on your head. Okay, not pot like we were talking about before, the good stuff, but the other kind of pot where it's like you have this, um, like a plant pot kind of thing, but it's like a circular pot that people would use to carry water back in the day. And it's made of clay, and it's like you put this on your head and you're lifting it up off, and so you're moving into an area in your life, and Spirit wants to say this. You're moving into an area of your life where you're not going to be blindsided anymore. It feels to me like you're wanting to do this move so that you have more predictability and so that you don't have to deal with the people you've been dealing with. It feels like a fresh new start for you is something that has been desperately needed for a while. And to be able to have the means to do this to you is a very big deal. And I can understand why. And you're not someone who's going to take it for granted, but having a fresh start or a start moving to Georgia, I feel like would be a good place to get away from the things we don't agree with where we're at now. So nothing wrong with that, right? I see a picture of a lemon as well, which is kind of like, I feel like it's a sour truth. Part of you feels like it's like there are good parts to it. There's parts you're going to miss, of course, but another part of you is ready. Another part of you is ready. And I feel like you've outgrown where you're at currently, even though I know it's New York and I haven't heard of a lot of people outgrowing New York, but you're wanting to be in a place that probably has more security, more stability, more kind of like a way of living that doesn't feel as aggressive, I guess, or as offensive. Hey, Nadia. That's kind of what I'm getting there, Charlene. That's the vibe that I'm getting. Is that making sense so far? How is it going, Nadia? You've outgrown everything in New York. Okay. So, yeah. Maybe you're doing Georgia, you're looking for something quiet, maybe a place where you can finally, it feels like you can finally breathe and start over, but in a way that's like your soul needs it. You need to feel rejuvenated from a soul perspective, so it makes sense that this is kind of a big deal to you. So, yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. Okay. I'm doing good, Nadia. I'm doing really good. Just doing a psychic reading here. Let's see. You're very welcome, Nadia. Thank you so much for the donation. You'll be after Charlene's reading here. Okay. Got an itchy elbow. Okay, so here's what I'm getting at. I had something come in. Okay, give me a second here. The spotlight being off of you feels like it's a really big deal. That's kind of an energy that I'm getting, Charlene, is that a fresh start, the spotlight's not on you. There's no pressure to perform, there's no pressure to do this. And again, we're looking to get it. So Spirit right here is saying that that sense of rejuvenation is desperately needed. So that's what I feel like Spirit wants to tell you, is that you wanting to leave or you wanting to do that, they want that for you as well. They want you to have a fresh start. And your soul, your well-being is no longer where you're at. And already you're in that place. Already you're in Georgia. It feels like you're out of body and you're already in Georgia. You're visiting there. It feels like there's a sense of like, I'm here already. And I feel like that's something sometimes it can keep you going, because this can be a difficult feeling to deal with, but that's kind of the sensation that I'm getting here. Hey, Joseph. Okay. All right. So that makes sense to you. So essentially what's coming towards, or what, let me go back up here. So what's coming towards you and what's going on with Spirit? It's going to be new beginnings, new starts, old things ending, new things beginning, and then you're in that kind of place. Yes. Hello there, Joseph. How you doing? That's what I'm seeing there for you, Charlene. It looks good to me. It looks good. Just let things happen organically. I always say that, but I mean it in this sense. Don't rush things. Don't make choices that feel, if you're ever feeling rushed or you're feeling like you have to do something now, take a breath, take a step back and be like, I need to do this right because this needs to be a fresh start for me. So I want you to take your time and really look at your options, really look at what's going on. But I do feel like you can make the right choice here. Just take your time, breathe, and Thank you, Charlene. That's very sweet. Thank you. And thank you for coming on and supporting the channel. Super appreciated. Okay, let's do this. I'll go to Nadia's reading here. Okay. Let's do this then. All right, what can you expect for the month of May? Okay. Can I tune into your energy, Nadia? I always ask. One second, guys. There we go. Okay, thank you, Nadia. Okay. I'll try and remember that in the future, because that'll save us some time, won't it? Okay, let's do this here. Hold on one second, Nadia. I'll be right back. Hold on one second. Okay. Let's do this here. Absolutely. I love how supportive people are on here. That's awesome. Okay, first thing I got, Nadia, was so coming towards you in the month of May, it feels like you've been facing some opposition, I would say. Because the first thing I saw was a stone wall when I was tuning into your energy, and the stone wall was tightly packed, and it was like this sort of impenetrable thing. But then it felt like you were trying to make strides with it by turning the stone into something else. It felt like you were trying to make a quilt, or you were trying to do something where you could pass through. And so I feel like your way of handling opposition, Nadia, is that you make things softer. This could be yourself or this could be the situation, but maybe you're even someone who gets in between two people and tries to be the intermediate or the mediator between two people, which means that you keep the peace. There could definitely be that kind of feeling of like keeping the peace, making sure that everyone's taken care of, but making it so people don't fight or argue, like trying to de-escalate situations as a possibility. Because I saw the stone and then I saw fire, and that to me would be like there can be people that you are around that could be more like angry or more upset kind of energy, and I feel like you're someone that tries to bring the energy down. Okay, that's you. Perfect. Okay. So you're someone that tries to bring the energy down and you try to make peace. And I get that. I get that that's something you want to do, but that shouldn't be your job, right? I'm sorry that that's going on, but if you look at it in retrospect, right? Would you want someone to do that for you? It would be exhausting at the end of the day. And I understand you have your reasons for doing what you do, but just know that if that ever gets too much, please know that you can take a step back. It's not your responsibility. I don't care if it's family. I don't care what it is not your responsibility, okay? Other people need to manage their own emotions because you manage yours, okay? You don't have an intermediary with you, so why do you need to do it for other people? If they're that immature, might be time to move on, even if it's family, even if it's difficult, but that's what I'm seeing there. You're friendly. I feel like you're a friendly person. You're a friendly person, and I feel like there's a tendency for you to open up quickly with people. And maybe sometimes that gets you burned because you're someone who wants to trust people. You want to believe the good of the world lies in everybody. And I don't want to be that guy, but some people don't deserve that from you. Some people really do not deserve the Nadia that is so sweet and kind. Some people, they don't deserve you at all. I'm going to say that because you're not someone that needs to respond or resonate with everyone's energy, primarily. So I feel like in May, you're working towards finding abundance in your own life. And I feel like maybe, I'm wondering if maybe you're reading a book or maybe you're doing something to find abundance. But to me, that word abundance means something. At least to you, that's kind of what I'm feeling there. And then Charlene, the chakra balancing is I just go through each chakra and I balance it. No, my guides go over to you and we take the time to kind of get your chakras working in order again. Basically, it's like an energy healing, but sometimes it can help to bring emotions to the surface as well. So I would say chakra balancing would be beneficial, but please realize that sometimes after we do chakra balancing, there can be flu-like symptoms. That's how my guides work. I can't control how they work. You can have flu-like symptoms if you work with my guides, but you feel better after. So just know that. I know that sounds weird, but it's kind of like surgery to fix a broken bone. You don't want to have surgery. Nobody wants to have surgery, but in order for the bone to heal properly, they have to go in there and set it, and that's kind of like what my guides do. Okay, Nadia's saying love situation. Okay. And that's not everyone's case, Charlene. I just say that, you know. You're saying it's true to what I said about setting the bones and stuff, Nadia? Okay, so let me do this here. Okay. So in the love situation for May, I'm seeing what looks like a well-dressed man. He looks kind of younger. I'm going to say younger than you. I don't know how old you are, but I'm going to say they feel younger than you. And you don't have to tell me how old you are. Okay. Few things I've learned never to ask a lady. Let's say I'm always good. I'm always too good for people. Yes, that's a good way to put it. That's a very good way to put it. And some people don't deserve that. In fact, most people don't. But I know you probably want to be seen as a good person or as a kind person, but you already are those things. You need to quit trying to convince yourself or other people that you are a nice person, because that's making it so that it's taking away your own happiness and well-being. You need to be you, right? The good person is a persona. The nice person is a persona. That's not really who you are. A lot of times people that are really good people, they can also be struggling with other things themselves, and it can even be dark thoughts sometimes. It can be this kind of darkness because we've masked our sense of identity for so long that we don't even know who we are. And so the sense of identity sort of starts to fade away. Now, the love situation, like I said, I was seeing someone who was younger. And then I was seeing, I'm thinking black hair, kind of, it almost looked like it was slicked back a little bit, kind of a businessman looking thing, but he definitely had something going on. He was on his smartphone and he seemed important, but it was like a businessman energy. And it looked like they were being impatient. But the best way I can think to put this is that there's, I feel like there's someone younger than you in May that may be approaching you. They feel to me like they're kind of, they could be kind of bratty a little bit, but I'm just curious. That's your Scorpio. Okay. Well, the brattiness was interesting. So they're younger than you. Okay, and the busyness makes sense. Let's see. Let me see what else I can get here. He is a businessman. Okay. Let me see what I can get here. Do you or the Scorpio roller skate or do anything with like skating or ice skating or anything like that? I get a sense of like moving and it's like on wheels and I'm going to do something or maybe on ice. Hey Thakor, how you doing? No, okay. Okay, so that was more of a symbolic message instead of a literal one. Okay, so here's what I'll say about the Scorpio individual. Again, I don't advise waiting for anybody. We've been through this before, Nadia. But here's what I feel. I saw roller skates and I saw this person roller skating. So maybe something could happen in May where there could be a speed up in the connection. Possibly. Just because it felt like it was sort of, he felt like he was sort of letting loose and having fun. That would be the best way I would describe it. So you have a ice. Uh, what what is a ice pisty? Or do you mean an ice? Maybe I'm miss anyway. Um, it feels like there's hopefully there is a speed up to the connection if that's what you want to have happen. Um, but there's just business as usual with this person. It's like this person just feels like they're skating rink. Okay, okay. Well, all right. Maybe that's why I was getting that imagery then. Because I saw him wearing roller skates and doing that. But so I feel like there could be some progress of the connection. And hey there, Jeremy and the core. I'm not taking any more free questions, you guys. But I will be on tomorrow and I will be on Friday. So you just got to get here earlier, probably a couple hours earlier, at least, maybe 2.5 hours earlier. So let's do this here. Hey Yosh. Let me see. So maybe you'll get to see a side of this person that you didn't know was there. Maybe a silly side, or maybe there's something where they're not as serious as we thought. I'm hoping the best for this connection with you, but that's what I'm feeling primarily. Right now, Charlene, yeah, it does only take PayPal. If you want to do Cash App, I can do Cash App. What were you thinking of paying in? Are you thinking of like Venmo, Cash App, or what were you thinking? Oh, thank you, Nadia. Did you have another question, Nadia? Thank you, Florencia. Okay. All right, we can do it that way because that works just fine. Yeah, if you guys want to do private sessions with me, you have my full attention when we do a private session. It's not like I'm saying hello to people that come in all the time. Does he contact you in May? Let's look. Does this person contact you in May? Okay, awesome. Awesome. Did you see the Cash App? You're not sure if it went through, the phone died. Hold on. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, Nadia. Hold on 1 sec. Oh, yeah, Joseph, it came through. It came through. I was looking on here. Yes, your payment did come through. So you'll be next after Nadia here. Does he contact you in May, Nadia? I feel like maybe you guys talk or you meet. There's like conversations more, I feel like, happening in May. I don't feel like he reaches out and contacts you directly, but maybe in a way that's like you guys talk to each other a little bit more or in passing kind of a thing. It doesn't feel like there's a purposeful connection, but yeah, I mean that's what I'm getting there. Hopefully though, if that's what you want, that's what happens, but that's kind of what I'm seeing there. And so, hold on one second. Okay. Awesome. Awesome, Nadia. Perfect. Okay. I think I'm going to go to the next reading here, but thank you, Nadia, for stopping in here, and hopefully everything works out. There we go. Okay, Joseph, what were we wondering about? And thanks for the donation. Yeah, if you want to do that, Charlene, I'd say go for it. Oh, you're that Joseph. Okay. Let me look for you. Or let me look at your question. Yes, I remember you, Joseph, having the heart surgery. I do remember. And that's good, you're feeling stronger. Because we talked about that and you would be feeling stronger, so that's awesome. That's awesome. You're very welcome, Nadia. Very, very welcome. Okay, 1 second here. See you later, Nadia. Have a good one. Okay, so you started a new job a week ago. As I was taking out the trash, I felt a funny feeling, like a high tingling sensation. Maybe lower throat, upper chest, then it would stop. This has been going on ever since. Okay. Ever since. Off and on throughout the day. Can you tell me if this is something serious? Okay, so I have to preface this, Joseph, with I'm not a doctor. I can look at this, we can see what's going on, but don't take what I say as being literal. Like if you feel like it's an issue, please get it checked up on. Even if I say it's not, I would say kind of look into that because I am not a doctor. The tingle is an interesting thing. Are you okay if I tune in with your energy? And just know that I'm not diagnosing you. I'm just gonna see what's going on. But okay, thank you, Joseph. Okay, let me do this here. I'm just erasing this one here, and then I'm going to go into this. Okay, first thing I'm getting here, Joseph, and I'm not sure how this would necessarily correlate, but the first thing I was shown is a nose, and I'm wondering if there's something with the sinuses. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's something with the sinuses, because I was seeing something with the nose, and I was thinking, okay, and so if there's an issue with your nose, okay, but the sinuses was something I was getting, and I'm just going to look up something really quick. Okay. Maybe your nose is very stuffed up. How long has it been stuffed up for, Joseph? Are you having difficulty breathing? Are you having labored breathing? I was looking up dyspnea. It went straight to your nose, though. Right when I was tuning in on that, it went straight to your nose on if this is serious. The tingling sensation, it could be years. Okay, so that's been years. So do you feel like you have sinusitis, or do you suffer from heartburn or postnasal drip? Yeah, it's just hard to breathe sometimes. Okay. So that would make sense. Let me look here. Deviated septum. Okay. That makes sense then. You're feeling it in the upper chest. Let's see. All right, I'm going to do this instead. So I'm going to draw a stick figure, as weird as this sounds. And then I might be able to pinpoint what's going on. Maybe. Okay. Do you have anything wrong with your left foot? Or do you have gout? Are there any feet issues at all, Joseph? Either left or right foot, but I'm wondering if there's anything with the feet. A little fluid from the surgery. Okay. Okay. Around the ankle, would you say? But that's okay. That's pretty much gone. All right. So I was just tuning in on something else. Okay. So let's do this then. Let's focus on this part here. So did you ever smoke, Joseph? Were you ever a smoker at any point in time? Okay. All right. Do you have a whistle when you breathe, Joseph? I'm going through some symptoms here. You said it's difficult for you to breathe, and do you have a cough at all? Or a whistling or squeaky sound when you breathe? No cough, no wheezing. Okay, good, good, good. All right. The main thing I'm picking up on, and I again can't diagnose and I don't know the medical term, but it's like it just feels like there's something in the ears and there's something in the nose. So the sinuses, and not sure exactly how that would affect the chest necessarily, but any part of ourselves that's going through something can affect another part because it's like a wheel on a bike, or a cog on a clock or whatever. One thing affects another thing, and so that's kind of the energy that I'm getting from this. And I'm wondering if this tingling, I'm wondering if some of it comes from fear energy. Like what you've been through has actually been quite a bit. I'm wondering if you're still processing kind of the operation, the surgery. You're doing better now, but that must have been scary there for a minute. And it does feel like there could maybe be some energy tangled up in, like, what if this doesn't work? Kind of an energy. That's big. That's a big deal. That's like life altering stuff, obviously. So yeah, it does feel like there could be something there with that. But primarily, if you need to, I would say get your sinuses and your nose checked out. You have a deviated septum, but if you can get a sinus thing done, if you can have something done with the sinuses, it just feels like there's something going on there. But other than that, I'm not feeling anything. I focus on the tingling in the chest and I feel uncomfortable. It doesn't feel good necessarily, but is it subtle or is it minor or is it like boom tingling? Because I felt it being more subtle. but maybe it is something that's major. I don't know. Okay, thank you, Katie. We'll get to you in just a second. Welcome to the channel. Don't think I've seen you here before, but thank you for the donation. Okay, Joseph, I think I've been worried about this job. It has high COVID rates. I was nervous coming to work on the first day. I could understand that, Joseph, so there could be some fear there, especially since you're recovering. And COVID hits each and every single one of us very differently. So it's an interesting thing. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Charlene. Yeah, thank you so much, Charlene. We'll get you all scheduled up. Absolutely, Joseph. So I would say just be careful in what you're doing. Keep an eye on the tingling. If it does get more severe, definitely go see a doctor. I would go see a doctor now, regardless, but that's kind of what I'm feeling there. And I'm going to go to Katie's question here, but I'm going to say this. I'm not a doctor. Okay? Thank you, Katie. I'm having a good day. But I just want to make that clear. Let me do this really quick. Okay. One second, guys. All right, my stuff froze, so give me 1 second here. Yeah, see a doctor as soon as you can, Joseph. I understand you're wondering if they won't find anything, but it's better to go to the doctor and them not find anything than something happening to you because you didn't go. You know what I mean? Okay. So, let's do this here. Let me go to here. All right, we'll go to Katie's question here. And we'll do it this way. Yeah, I agree. It's just better. It's just better to go if you think you need it. Especially since you had heart surgery, open heart surgery, right? I would definitely get that checked out because recovery, the tingling seems like it's a normal part because I think the nerve endings are connecting back after you do surgery, if I'm not mistaken. But the tingling like that you're describing, yeah, get it checked out, and it sounds like you will. So, okay, so Katie's reading here. Why is Matt being silent? He's a Taurus. I'm a Cancer. He said he loved me on Monday over the phone. Okay. See, and over the phone that he wanted me to be his date for his sister's wedding next month, and wanting me to leave my boyfriend to be together with him. However, he's been silent since and won't talk at all. Okay. Okay, so Katie, this person, just so that I understand it, this person is coming to you and they're wanting you to leave your boyfriend to be with them, and then they're giving you the silent treatment. Already this guy's not showing his cards to be too good, right? Like, this seems to me kind of weird, especially if someone's saying to get rid of your boyfriend. Is your relationship with your current boyfriend really bad? I mean, are we dealing with some bad juju here, or what's going on? Because it seems like a weird thing for someone to say, hey, dump your boyfriend, be with me to my sister's wedding. It seems weird to me. But I just want to make sense of it. He's not been the best to me. Okay. He's really bad. He hasn't been the best to you. And I can understand this other person could possibly seem like an escape in some way, this Matt person. But it still, to me, feels weird and underhanded, even if they haven't been good to you, and I understand that. But it's kind of like, I understand if this person comes to you after you're out of a relationship, you're single, and they're wanting something there. But the way this person said to you over the phone that they love you, there needs to be action, or this person needs to say it in person, right? He's cheated, etc. And this guy, Matt, has been in my life since we were 17. We are 21 now. And yes, he does almost feel like an escape. Okay. All right. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good person. If he's cheated and he's done all that, I would definitely recommend dumping him. But then this Matt situation, it sounds like there's history. I'm not going to argue that. But at the same time, he's showing his cards now, and they're not good, right? Like, you're not even in a relationship with this Matt person yet, and already it's not good. So to me, it seems like something's going on here. Regardless of, what's going on with them, it's kind of like nothing good. If you're going to be out of a relationship, I would honestly say this, Katie, because, and maybe I'm wrong for saying this, but I call people out when I see that they need help. And in this situation here, it seems to me like you need help, because if we're attracting these kinds of people, there's probably some things that we need to heal in ourselves. There's probably some trauma or things that we have, because it feels like there's red flags here, and I'm not feeling like you're seeing them. You're wondering why they aren't messaging you. That shouldn't even be a question. This guy wants you to leave your boyfriend. This guy wants you to do this and that. Okay, feel free to be as honest as I want. All right, perfect. Okay, so first off, in my opinion, being with the one guy who cheated on you, definitely, that's not a good move, because it's showing that you don't respect yourself, right? That's showing that you're okay with certain behaviors. And maybe there's some intimidation. Maybe this person is scary. I don't know your situation, so for me to judge wouldn't help you in any way. So instead of me judging, because I'm not going to, I'm going to try and help in this situation. We want to attract people in our life that are going to be a good match for us and that are going to be a good fit. Right now, both of these people do not seem like a good fit for you. Maybe you're trying to find a way that you can fit in, or you're trying to find something, like I said, the running part, or using someone as an escape. But you're just going to find yourself in similar situations repeatedly. Maybe they won't cheat on you, but there's not going to be the time of day that you're going to be given. And if this person, like I said, is ignoring you now, they should be putting their best foot forward now, and already their best foot looks like it's already rotten, kind of a thing. So, and that's not fair to you, because it puts you in a situation where you're hoping for something, but again, yeah. And you've known each other for 4 years, probably off and on, I assume. But someone saying they love you over the phone and then kind of being silent, it sounds to me like, regardless of where you're at, it sounds to me like he's someone who's going to waste your time and play games. It doesn't sound to me like he's a serious person, because I would never say to someone, right, and he's not talking, so odd. Exactly, exactly. There's this thing that happens where when okay, and you're gonna think this is sleazy, because it is. When a man is, let's say they're chasing a woman, right? And then the woman finally turns around and is like, okay, let's try this out. Then the guy's like, no, I don't want it anymore. Because you're all of a sudden being receptive. When you weren't receptive as much, I feel like there was more of a mystery. There was more of like, oh, I can't have you, and so I want you even more, kind of an energy. And now that there's a possibility that there could be something between you two, it feels to me like this person's playing games. And not just video games. We're talking about like messing with your heart, messing with this, because they don't understand it. They don't understand it. So someone who is emotionally more closed off or distant. And another thing is, I would tell someone if I had the opportunity, okay? If I was in your situation, I would not tell someone I loved them over the phone. I don't like the way that sounds. It makes me feel kind of weird. It's like, there needs to be closeness. There needs to be things together. You guys date for a while, and then things can happen. I understand you know each other, but it just feels to me like things are happening way too fast. And then you're still in a relationship. He's not a great guy. He sounds awful, actually, but it's like he's asking you to cheat, and you're against cheating. But, that kind of a thing. Not that you would cheat. I'm just saying it feels sleazy. It feels kind of like underhanded. My honest opinion with this kind of situation here would be to you said to be as honest as I would like. So I'm going to say this. My honest opinion of this situation would be to take a while to be free of men or any kind of love energy, and focus on you and why we're attracting the people that we're attracting. Because until we learn this lesson, it's going to be, right, it's been like this with Matt for years. He comes and goes. You're right, I definitely have a wall up towards him too. Yeah, and the coming and going of this Matt person, I'm going to tell you, in the relationship, it's going to be the same thing. Again, like I was saying, I don't feel like they would necessarily cheat on you, but you don't want to be with someone who's a part-time boyfriend. Or you don't want to be with someone who's like, I'm there, I'm not, I'm there, I'm not, because that's going to mess with you emotionally. That's going to really kind of mess your mind up, because it's like someone's there and then they're gone, they're there and gone. And it honestly is not too much to ask for someone that is just there for you. Maybe in the past you felt that way, but... Okay. I'm moving to London for a job soon as a flight attendant, so I will be putting myself forward. Good. Good. I like that. Focus on the new horizons that you have. You're 21, okay? You still have a lot of years in front of you. And right now, Katie, is going to be a time, and you're probably sick of hearing this. I'm going to be 33, so I got a few years on you. So let me fill you in here. Sometimes the best thing that we can do when we're younger, go out there, see the world, do your thing. And then when we get older, we can look at settling down, but we need to understand the person that we want in our lives right now. And when we're really young, when we're in our, let's say I'm going to say 15 to 26 years old, we don't know what we want because we're still discovering who we are as a person. And a lot of times, for women especially, you guys are told to not have a sense of self-identity from society in a lot of ways. And so there can be a lot of expression that needs to come from you. And you're not going to get that from closed off men. You're not going to get that kind of reception that you would want. And there's just a lot ahead of you. And I would say this: you're only 21 once, and you're with people that they're not treating you like you matter. So that's my kind of point of view. I'd say swear off a men for maybe a year, see what's going on with you, and then write down the things that you would want in a partner, because sometimes the universe teaches us things through dualistic contrast perception, right? And what that means is that you can't have a front without a back. You can't have a top without a bottom. You can't know what's right until you know what's wrong. And in this situation, the universe has shown you things that were wrong in these relationships so that you could focus on attracting a better one, a right one for you. What would that look like? Write it down. Loyalty, trust, appreciation, communication. We want someone that if we get in a fight with them, even if it's a big fight, they talk with us. We work it out. We get things done. We don't let things build up. There's no resentment because you talk, you work things out. There's appreciation, there's that. He may just be very good at talking. He was saying everything I wanted to hear, but the minute I was receptive, he dipped. You are so right about making a list of qualities. Awesome. Perfect. Okay, so first things first, Mr. Bean is number one priority. I don't know if you know who Mr. Bean is. He's a viciously attractive man, and that needs to be your go-to. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, but the qualities are going to be important because if any of those qualities aren't on, so here's what I recommend. I've been in a relationship for 13 years, okay? I've been in a relationship for 13 years, and here's what I recommend. You go with someone who, one, treats you like you're a priority. That's going to be the first thing. If they don't treat you like you're a priority, why are you with them? Okay. 2, communication is going to be super important. If emotions happen, if things happen, you do not hold it in. You do not wait till a later time. You wait until a good time to discuss an argument later. And you can say, I need time to focus on this and that. But you want someone who gives presence to things that are difficult and gives space to things that are difficult. And when you're talking, they're silent. And when they're talking, you're silent because you guys are listening to each other. Respect, appreciation, gratitude, but communication and trust and loyalty, those are hugely important. And those are qualities that you want to have. So hopefully, Katie, that makes sense with that question. I know you probably don't want to hear you're not going to be with anybody or it would be a good idea not to, but there's still so much out there for you. And yeah, that's another reason why things with my boyfriend aren't working. He will just get mad if I try to express any feelings at all or just say I'm over emotional and ignore me. Yeah, so you have stonewalling and gaslighting. Those are what those tactics are called. Stonewalling is when someone ignores you, but it's like, hey, look at me, I'm ignoring you. That's the kind of situation that we're talking about. Right. You'd rather I was honest and tell you something you want to hear. Hey there, Ocean. And yeah, if you're expressing yourself, that's going to be something that I think could be a difficult thing. I would say, Ocean, get some therapy if you can, my friend. I'm getting ready to log off here. I'm sorry you're in a dark place. I know we've talked before, but I am getting ready to log off. So, but I'm doing Katie's reading here. So, but look, Ocean, if you can, look into getting some therapy because when you've come on here, I just want you to get the help that you need. And you're welcome to be here, but I don't know if I can address the questions that you necessarily have, if that makes sense. It sounds to me like a professional would be better able to give you the assistance that you need. I am sorry you're in a dark place, though, but that would give you what you would need. So, yeah, and if you're angry, for instance, okay, I'll give you an example. You need to be able to be expressive, even if it's towards someone and you're mad at them. Like with my partner, for instance, even if I'm mad at her, even if I'm really, really mad, I shut up. I let her speak because she does the same for me. And there's a feeling of respect. There's mutual respect that goes on between us. And that needs to be important. So, and yeah, people will tell you everything that you want to hear, but I want you to focus on this. Actions speak so much louder than words. If someone says something, I don't give a shit. I don't care. It could be the most beautiful thing. It's great, but it's just a fart in the wind at the end of the day because there's nothing tied to it. When someone shows you, that's when you know. Don't settle for words because that doesn't lead to anything. You just have a smooth talker, not a... Anyway. I think you know what I'm saying there, Katie. So hopefully that gave you some insight and that gave you some help. And Hey, Frederica. They do. Actions definitely do speak louder. So, you're very welcome, Katie. Thank you for coming to the channel. Hopefully you're subscribed and you've clicked the bell icon. Anyone else that's here, click the bell icon, subscribe, and yes, you do, Katie. Absolutely, you need to focus on yourself. Number one priority, and it's not being selfish to focus on yourself. Find out who you are during these years so that when you're older, you're wiser, you know who you are, and you know what to expect. You know your worth, your value. Okay. All right, everyone. I'm going to log off here, and thank you, Katie, Florencia, Jean, Chantel, everybody that's on here. I appreciate you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. So tomorrow, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I'll see you guys.